Chapter 436. Master! Master, hurry, go! Little Ing. The two of them used their last bit of strength to remind the person below. But after a while, they could not even make a sound. Only blood seemed to flow out of their bodies endlessly. Next, it's your turn. The person laughed softly and walked towards Shening once again. The two of them were full of anxiety, but they no longer had the strength to struggle. Master, hurry! Shening looked up at the two of them, then looked at her little hand that was full of blood. Her body trembled even more violently, and in the next moment, she breathed rapidly a few times. As if she finally broke down, all the suppressed emotions exploded in an instant. But she was after all only 3 years old, so there was only one way she knew to vent her emotions. Using all her strength, heart-wrenching, unreservedly crying out loud. Wah! In an instant, earth-shattering loud cries suddenly exploded, resounding through the clouds, rushing out of the divine realm, and spreading to every corner of the 3 realms. At the same time, a huge wave of energy exploded from her body, sweeping across the entire divine realm along with her cries. As if it could not withstand such a huge wave of energy, the entire divine realm began to shake. Even the rays of light that were restraining I Ching and Lo Moon broke in the midst of this cry, and the two of them fell to the ground. The shaking around them became even more intense, followed by a few rumbling sounds. A huge white crack suddenly appeared on the ground, spreading in all directions, and in an instant, even the sky was cracking. But Shening did not stop crying. Instead, her cries became even more heart-wrenching. Wah! Sister! Sister! Wah! The divine realm was collapsing. How is this possible? A trace of panic flashed across the face of the manager of the alternate plane, who had been so confident just now, as Shen Ying's cries directly forced him to retreat a few feet. I've clearly already controlled the plane. Why do you still have such powerful energy? He looked at the little figure that was still crying in disbelief. His gaze became even more vicious. He could not allow this to continue. A white light flashed between his hands, and he directly flew towards Shen Ying to attack. He had to kill her as soon as possible. His movements were extremely fast. I Ching and Lo Moon used their last breaths, wanting to stop him. But in a flash, the other party instantly disappeared, and in the next moment, appeared directly behind Shen Ying. Master! Shen Ying! The two of them cried out in shock. The light in the other party's hand was already falling toward Shen Ying's head. Just as it was about to hit Shen Ying's head, the other party's hand suddenly paused, stopping about 10 centimeters away from Shen Ying. Suddenly, a slender hand appeared on the other plane manager's wrist, gripping it tightly. Unbeknownst to him, a tall and cold figure had appeared beside him. A pair of icy cold eyes were staring coldly at him. That was Shen Jing. Shen Jing slowly grabbed the other party's hand, moving it away from Little Ying's head. It was clearly just a casual pull, but the other party was unable to resist the force, until his entire hand was twisted into a strange position. The manager was shocked. Who was this person? Didn't you hear? Shen Jing's eyes turned even colder, and she said word by word. Is she calling her parents? After saying that, she clenched her other hand and threw a punch at her opponent's chest. The extremely arrogant manager flew out like a kite with a broken string, and after a long time, a loud thud was heard. Older sister! Older sister! Wah! Older sister! Looking at the sudden appearance of a relative, Little Ying's tears fell even more profusely. Like a child complaining to her parents, she hugged Shen Jing's leg and climbed up on all fours. Little Ying, why are you? Shen Jing lowered her head to look at the person in front of her, and her temper that was about to explode dissipated instantly. Her face that was covered with 10,000-year-old ice melted instantly. How did you become so cute? So cute. After saying that, she bent over and hugged the person in front of her, rubbing her like a precious baby. Don't cry, don't cry. Tell older sister what happened. Who bullied you? Older sister will help you kill him. Bad person. That bad person, he bullied Little Ying. And also bullied Dad. Older sister. She cried until she was out of breath, pointing in the direction where the person was just hit, and with great difficulty, she managed to finish her sentence. Shen Jing's face darkened instantly, and she turned to look. At this time, the manager had already stood up, looking at Shen Jing with some shock. You're a manager too. Shen Jing did not answer, but her whole body exuded a kind of bloodthirsty aura. Even I Ching and Lone Moon beside her trembled. Why did it feel like Big Boss Jing was even scarier than that manager? Ha 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 ha. That manager suddenly laughed maniacally. There was no panic in his eyes. Instead, his face was full of wild joy, as if he had encountered something great. The way he looked at Shen Jing was like looking at a treasure that was delivered to his door. That's great. Ha ha ha. I originally just wanted to get this small plane. I did not think that it would actually attract another manager. And it's a high-level plane. As long as I kill you, these 2 planes will be mine. Ha 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 ha. His eyes faintly showed some madness. Shen Jing's eyes narrowed. Oh, that person heard her sarcasm, but did not care at all, laughing even more confidently. Ha ha ha. Do you think this is just an ordinary plane invasion? To tell you the truth, this is already the 10th plane I've conquered. I've already devoured the power of 10 plane managers. I've seen more managers than you know. Others may not be able to defeat 2 managers, but that doesn't include me. I see. Shen Jing's face darkened, but her expression did not change, as if she had no interest in his glorious resume. She turned around and looked around, then placed Shen Ying, who had already stopped crying, back on the thick carpet behind her, patted her head and instructed, "Little Ying, be good, wait here for big sister." Little Ying nodded vigorously. Only then did she turn and walk away, pulling up her long hair behind her, tying it into a neat ponytail, before turning to look at the manager. Over there. The manager became even more excited, staring fixedly at the person in front of him. Ha ha ha. Very soon you will also become my. Before he could finish speaking, suddenly a strong force hit him from the top of his head. He felt pain on his face, his body unsteady, and with a thud, he fell head first onto the ground. Even the power that belonged to the manager in his body was agitated, as if he could not control it, and was about to break out of his body. How can this be you? His heart jumped. The next moment his neck tightened, and he was directly lifted up by someone. Shen Jing's cold face appeared in front of him instantly. Chapter 437. I forgot to tell you. Shen Jing said word by word. I've seen a lot of intrusive managers like you. What? He didn't even have time to think about what Shen Jing meant. In the next moment, a huge wave of pain assaulted him again. Shen Jing grabbed the man and slammed him to the ground. Her movements were so fast that he looked like a shadow. He couldn't even see her movements clearly. The manager's power seemed to be suppressed by Shen Jing as well. He couldn't fight back at all. For a moment, the entire divine realm reverberated with the sound of someone smashing people. Even the cries of pain disappeared. It was not that the other party did not want to shout, but that he did not have the chance to. Spectator I Ching. Spectator Lone Moon. Suddenly, he understood where Shen Ying learned her whack-a-mole style of fighting from. Not many people would be able to learn such a method. The 2 slacker students were trembling in fear. The entire celestial territory was collapsing even more violently under Shen Jing's crazy attacks. The original night sky was like a tempered glass plate that had been smashed. There were densely packed cracks all around, and they were still falling down with a crash. I Ching and Lone Moon exchanged a look. Should they go and remind Big Boss Shen that this place was about to collapse? But who would go? The 2 of them turned their eyes away silently. 5 minutes later, a certain big boss finally stopped smashing and smashing people. She changed to using her feet to kick. What's more, she purposely kicked a certain indescribable place, accompanied by angry roars. Bullying a child, you're very proud. Ha! Why don't you try bullying another one? How dare you make my little Ying cry? I've never made her cry before. What right do you have to do so? If you dare to touch my little Ying, I'll let you know why flowers are so red. Scum! Scum! Ugly. The 2 of them trembled again. They subconsciously clamped their legs together. Suddenly, they felt a faint pain in a certain place. Shen Jing continued to kick for another 2 minutes. She only stopped when a ball of light rushed out of the invading manager's body. She reached out and threw out a blue translucent box. Instantly, the ball of blue light was sealed inside. and the person on the ground directly turned into spots of light and disappeared forever. Shenjing looked at the box in her hand, and her eyes darkened. Such dense management energy, it really destroyed many planes. She frowned and put the box away. Only then did she turn her head to look at the two bloody men, who had finally recovered some strength. Her expression instantly turned cold. Next, it's your turn. She walked straight towards the two of them. Instantly, the domineering aura of a manager surged towards the two of them. It was a terrifying power that was completely different from that of the previous intruder. The two of them were instantly pinned to the ground, and the energy that they had just regained was instantly dispersed. Such a powerful and terrifying power made it impossible for anyone to even think of resisting. I've told you before. She walked closer step by step, her entire body filled with murderous intent. If anything happens to little Ing, I'll never let you off. As soon as she finished speaking, a feeling that even her soul was being crushed spread throughout her body. She felt as if she would completely disappear in the next moment. No! A crisp child's voice rang out, and little Ing suddenly rushed out. She opened her little hands and spread out in front of Shenjing. The pressure on the two of them was instantly relieved. Big sister, don't hurt Daddy and Mommy. Daddy and Mommy. Shenjing was shocked. Her gaze was like a knife that scraped the two of them on the ground. These two still dare to take advantage of me. *_*. Hashtag you're courting death. As if realizing that she had said something wrong, little Ing hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. I know they're not, but I feel that they're just like Daddy and Mommy. They're both good people. Big sister, don't hit them. Little Ing. Shenjing's voice deepened. Move away. I've already told you not to take over. Forget it, you don't understand now anyway. Move away. Once I'm done with them, I'll bring you home. Little Ing. I'm not going back. She took a deep breath, as if to give herself courage. What did you say? Her little head instantly lowered, her eyes filled with tears. Little Ing is bad. She always causes big sister to get hurt. I'm not going back. If I don't go back, big sister won't get hurt. Shenjing was stunned. She stared closely at the person in front of her. A sour, bitter, and sweet feeling flashed across her heart. She stared at her for a long time before asking a completely unrelated question. How old are you now? Shenjing tilted her head, but still answered subconsciously 3. No wonder. Shenjing sighed. As if recalling something, she squatted down and hugged the person in front of her. Not knowing whether to laugh or scold, she said, Why are you always so sensible at times like this? Silly now, no one can hurt me anymore. Big sister? Shenjing was stunned. Thinking of the people behind her, she could not help but continue. Then can big sister not be angry at them? Shenjing's expression turned cold. She turned to look at I Ching and Lone Moon in front of her. A trace of hesitation flashed across her eyes. She was used to eliminating all dangers that could threaten little Ing, especially now that she was in such a situation. Only bringing her back was the right choice. But they protected little Ing just now. Little Ing emphasized anxiously again. Little Ing has to protect them too. If big sister really hits them, then I will. I will. She puffed her cheeks and said seriously, I will never talk to big sister again. Crack. Faintly, they heard the sound of something breaking. A stab to the heart. I Ching. Lone Moon. Shenjing. MD. Don't stop me. I'm going to kill these two wild men who abducted my little sister. Degree. In the end, Shenjing did not destroy the two wild men, although she really wanted to do so. But after all, it was her own little sister who had asked for mercy. What else could she do? Pamper her. Especially since little Ing had just turned 3, and had not entered the rebellious phase yet. She really could not refuse. Glancing at little Ing, who was nestled in her arms, and had already fallen asleep from exhaustion, she sighed. She casually brought up a light screen and tapped on it. In the blink of an eye, the divine realm that was originally riddled with holes and on the verge of collapse began to recover rapidly. As if a scene was being replayed, the collapsed sky and ground began to fill up again. The cracks that filled the sky slowly disappeared. In less than half a minute, the surroundings were as good as before. Shenjing tapped on it again. The divine realm that was originally dark instantly turned into a green grassland. In the middle of the grassland, there grew a plane tree that covered the sky. Only, the branches were a little withered, as if it was sick. Because Shenjing thought it was too dirty, I Ching and Lone Moon, who had been healed by her, looked at that plane tree worriedly. Chapter 438. Shenjing waved her hand, and a pile of familiar furniture appeared on the grass. There were a few sofas and a coffee table, with a cup of steaming hot coffee on it. She walked directly to the largest sofa, and placed the sleeping littling gently on it. She took out a white device, and with a beep, the device flew up and emitted a red light that swept across Shenjing. Rows of data flashed across the screen, as if it was testing something. I Ching and Lone Moon exchanged a look and walked to the opposite side of Shenjing. They were just about to sit down. "Did I allow you to sit?" Shenjing suddenly spoke, her cold eyes sweeping over. The two trembled and immediately stood up, standing at attention by the sofa. Shenjing then retracted her gaze and picked up the coffee on the coffee table. She looked at the data in her hand as she drank. There was a strange silence in the room. The two who had been left to the side looked at each other, neither daring to make a sound. Big Boss Shen was serious this time. If not for Little Ying's cute killer move just now, she would have really killed them. Now that Little Ying was asleep, they had no backup. If they angered her again, she might really flip out again. The two looked at each other for a long time. After a while they finally could not take it anymore. I Ching gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior Shen, may I be so bold to ask, what did Master experience when she was young? Why would she feel that she harmed Senior?" Shenjing then looked up, her cold eyes sweeping over, and then back at the person on the sofa. Something flashed across her eyes. After hesitating for a while she sighed and said, "It's all a long time ago. Since you're the person Shenjing likes, you'll be hers sooner or later. You should indeed know these." With that said, she put down the coffee in her hand, and pointed to the sofa opposite her. "Sit down." "Thank you, Senior." I Ching then walked over and sat down. Lone Moon, who was beside him, subconsciously followed, but when Shenjing's eyes swept over him, his body trembled, and he immediately stood back. Shenjing took a deep breath, and said in a low voice after a while, "This has to start from when I became a manager. Shenjing and I." She subconsciously reached out and patted Littling gently, making a gesture to coax her to sleep. "We're actually twins." "What?" Lone Moon's eyes widened, and he subconsciously replied, "You two are biological children? Didn't you give her to you for topping up your phone?" Master said she was picked up from the trash. I Ching also replied. The corner of Shenjing's mouth twitched. Her cold gaze swept over them once again, instantly freezing the two of them. "Are you guys blind? If we weren't twins, how could we look so much alike?" "All right, you're the boss. Whatever you say is right." Shenjing then continued. "We were originally just ordinary people, but before we were born, I was chosen by the world's consciousness to become a manager. At that time, the power that belonged to the manager entered my body. I had just awakened my consciousness, and before I could even begin to sense the situation around me, I instinctively began to absorb all the energy around me, so that..." Her gaze darkened, as if recalling something sad, before she continued, "So that I did not realize that Little Ying was by my side. So without my knowledge, I even absorbed her life force into my body." Their hearts sank. Without her life force, didn't that mean that Shenjing could not even be born? By the time I realized it, it was already too late. Shenjing frowned. She picked up the coffee beside her, and took another sip before continuing. "I asked the world's consciousness to seal her consciousness, and the last bit of her life force in my body, and wait for the right time to wake her up. The world's consciousness agreed, and then I became that world's manager." "Then Master?" I Ching asked worriedly. "I kept looking for a way to restore her life force, but I did not find it. Later, I thought that her life force disappeared because of the manager's power. Perhaps I could use the same power to return it to her. I transferred half of my power to her, and her life force indeed recovered. But because it took too long, the consciousness that was sealed in my body fell into a deep sleep." She took a deep breath. "I thought of many ways, but I could not awaken her consciousness. Until 3,000 years later, there was a plane invasion, and I was in danger. Her consciousness suddenly woke up, and she helped me chase that invader away. From then on, she was considered to be fully alive, and I watched her grow up bit by bit. What happened after that? Lone Moon could not help but ask. As the younger sister of a manager, she should not have it so easy, right? The power of a manager is not something that ordinary people can bear. She picked up the coffee again, but found that it was already empty. She frowned and put it back. Because she carried my power in her body, her aura was the same as mine. That was why the invader thought that she was the manager. Although I was watching over her, from a young age, she was still kidnapped by all kinds of invaders, who coveted the power of a manager countless times. In the past I was not like this. What's more, I had already lost half of my power, so the price of saving her was slightly worse. Was that why Littling felt that she had implicated Xinjing? When Littling was 3 years old, I don't know where she found out about being an assistant. She suddenly told me that she wanted to grow up faster, and wanted to be my assistant. Xinjing sighed and shook her head. At that time, I thought that she was just doing it on a whim. But from then on, she never smiled at me even once, and never acted coquettishly to me again. She even secretly undid the seal that suppressed the power of a manager in her body, and almost killed herself. Only then did I know that she was serious. So when she turned 5, I agreed. But becoming an assistant, that's not that easy. The two of them were stunned. They exchanged a look, and then looked up at her. Not easy. In the past, Shening had written them a piece of lousy paper. As if knowing what they were thinking, Xinjing gave them a look that said, "Only idiots like you think that you can become an assistant with a piece of lousy paper. As an assistant, you have to go through the test of the power of the plane before you have the right to become an assistant. And only when you break through the plane will the power of the plane appear. But if you force yourself to break through the plane, it is very likely that you will be directly swallowed by the turbidity. So we've been through that before." Lone Moon was stunned for a moment. Thinking back, when Chef came to find them, he did force himself to break through the plane. That was a test. But I didn't. How did he become an assistant? That's because you're lucky. Every time, there was someone who protected you through the back door. Xinjing rolled her eyes. You transmigrated a total of 3 times. The first time, it was the chaotic consciousness of this world that pulled you over with all its might. The second and third time, with Littling protecting you, of course you were fine. But that was considered forcefully crossing through the plane. After all, there was no pass. Lone Moon. So he was the only one who went through the back door. Forget it, no matter what, he went through the back door with his own ability. Chapter 439. Then Master, how did you become an assistant? I Ching continued to ask. Before I had absolute power, I could never agree to let Littling do something like crossing planes. So I thought of a compromise. Xinjing continued. When she was 5, I left her on the mother planet of the insect clan. That place was close to the border of the plane. There were remnants of plane power, plus the high combat power of the insect clan. It was the best training ground for her. Littling did not let me down. In less than 5 years, she completely controlled half of the manager power I left for her, and became a real plane assistant at the age of 15. She was basically in charge of everything in the plane. Invasions that were not manager level did not require me to do anything. As if thinking of something to be proud of, Xinjing smiled. From then on, there were fewer and fewer invaders who had designs on our plane. It was probably because they sensed that Little Ying's power was getting stronger and stronger. As a result, she didn't have many opportunities to practice her skills. She basically relied on beating up those invaders to improve her abilities. But after Littling turned 25, there were no more invaders in the entire plane. Littling became stronger and stronger, and more she felt that ordinary invaders could not hurt her at all. Especially after the appearance of Sky Splitter. It was unknown where she learned to be so dispirited, but she began to slack off. Of course, there was no need to tell these wild men. The two listened quietly to Xinjing. Only then did they understand why the 3-year-old Shunning would think this way. And why Shenjing would fly into a rage when she saw Shening was hurt. Because during the most difficult days, they were each other's only support. She had never thought that Shening, who was so strong, would be constantly in such a dangerous situation when she was young. Only by working hard to strengthen herself could she survive. So from the age of 3, she forced herself to be brave, to be determined, to grow up. For a moment, the three of them were silent. Until the testing machine beside them beeped, signaling the end of the test. It was only then that Shenjing seemed to wake up. She took the white device floating above Shenying's head and looked at the light screen in front of her. After a while she said, "It's really like this." With that said, she turned and glared at the person sleeping soundly on the sofa. "This idiot. Senior, have you found out the reason why Master went into hibernation several times?" I Ching asked anxiously. Lone Moon also looked over nervously. "Yes, I guess so." Shenjing nodded and turned off the light screen in front of her. "I just said that half of my abilities are in her body. Although that was half of my power a long time ago, it's nothing compared to now. Is it because of this energy that Master fell asleep? Half of it is. The other half is due to overexertion." She glared at the person in front of her with some dissatisfaction, before continuing to explain. After Shening took over this plane, she was already the real manager. Due to the fact that she had doubled the power of the plane, her strength had long since surpassed mine. Therefore, her body naturally repels the foreign energy that remains in her body. "That's why Master." I Ching frowned. "Then why don't you cleanse this energy?" She asked his question directly and sighed helplessly. "It should be because you're afraid that I'll be angry. She's my little sister. And now she's the manager of this world, which means that she has nothing to do with the previous plane. She kept this half of her power, so that she can keep the last trace of connection with me." She turned to look at the person on the sofa again, and touched her head. Even if she was repelled and fell into hibernation, she didn't want to make her angry. What a silly girl. Where did her education go wrong? How did she teach such a stubborn and intelligent little sister? Would it kill her to ask her? "Senior Shen, then can you please take the ability in Master's body?" I Ching asked tentatively. "You don't have to tell me that." Shenjing interrupted him, and gave him a look like she was looking at an idiot. "She's my own little sister. I don't need a wild man like you to remind me. I'll spoil her myself." "Humph. If it weren't for the two of you acting smart and keeping the plane passage closed, I wouldn't have found out about her situation so late." She only rushed over when little Ying's crying unconsciously broke the plane seal. I Ching, who thought he was smart. Lone Moon, who thought he was smart. The two of them lowered their heads at the same time. Although they weren't the ones who sealed the plane, whatever the big boss said was right. Shenjing harumphed coldly once more before turning her head and reaching out her hand to touch Shenying's forehead. Instantly, a familiar wave of energy, as though it had finally found its place, rushed towards her joyfully. In less than 5 minutes, it had all returned to her body, and the body that was originally lying on the sofa suddenly began to grow bigger. The figure that originally occupied 1/3 of the sofa instantly occupied the entire sofa. But there was still a familiar yet strange childishness between her brows. Isn't this the 15-year-old Shening? Lone Moon could tell at a glance. He originally thought that she would recover directly, didn't expect that she would only return to 15 years old. "I've said it just now, that half of my energy is only half the reason." Shenjing gave them a look as if they were deaf. The excessive consumption of opening up the plane previously still needs to rest. "Then Master, when will she recover?" I Ching asked. Shenjing seemed to think of something and raised her eyebrows. "This should be very soon, Before she finished speaking, the person on the sofa frowned and suddenly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw Shenjing, who was sitting beside him. His sleepy face turned pale in an instant, and he exclaimed in horror, "Sis?" The next moment, her whole body seemed to be electrified. Her whole body shook, and she stood up with a whoosh. Because she got up too quickly, she even knocked into the coffee table in front of her with a bang. She subconsciously wanted to rub it, but resisted the urge. Her whole body stood ramrod straight like a pencil, and she opened her mouth to answer. "I've finished my homework and work really." She was definitely not lazing around and sleeping. I Ching. Lone Moon. Shenjing. What kind of god-level conditioned reflex was this? Oh. Shenjing frowned and instantly switched to the cold queen mode. Indeed, the grown-up little Ing was not cute at all, especially this one who hid the furthest from her during the rebellious period. Only then did Shening see Chef and Father Nyo at the side. She stiffened for a moment, as if she just remembered where she was. Sister, you are now. Shenjing glanced coldly at this not cute sister, and leaned back on the sofa before saying in a low voice, I've already helped you deal with that invading manager. I've taught you for so many years. You can't even deal with a few small things. And you still have the cheek to cry and ask me for help. All these years, where exactly have you learned? Shen Ying's expression darkened, and she directly lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Sister, I was wrong. What's the use of just knowing that you're wrong? Shen Jing's expression did not soften at all. If I knew you would be like this, I would not have agreed to let you take over this plane. If there's a next time, I can't be bothered to care about you. All right, sister, I understand, sister. This plane is your own choice. I can't interfere too much. You're on your own. With that said, she directly opened the plane gate and went back without looking back. I Ching. Lone Moon. Who exactly was that person who hugged little Ing and called her sweetheart baby just now? Suddenly, he understood where Shen 15's awkward and venomous nature came from. Without a doubt, this was definitely a pair of 100% real sisters. Oh. Chapter 440. After Shen Jing left, there was a full 2 minutes of silence. The three of them finally relaxed, as though they had agreed to it beforehand. They all heaved a huge sigh of relief, and Lone Moon directly sat down on the sofa, scared to death. She finally left. Boss Shen was much scarier than the invader. Master. I Ching stepped forward with a worried expression. He looked Shening up and down. Are you alright? Did the intruder hurt you? As he spoke, he was still worried as he pulled her hand to feel her pulse. Shening blushed. Her heart warmed. Was her boyfriend so worried about her? He was a qualified boyfriend. He deserved some encouragement. Thus, he tried to put on a smile and said seriously, He's just an invader. I've seen many of them. How could he hurt me? As she spoke, her cold gaze swept over the person in front of her. Remembering the injuries he had just suffered, she felt a little heartache, so she added, Speaking of which, you've already grasped the true abilities of an assistant. How could you be so stupid as to get beaten up by an intruder? Even Chef was looked down upon. Lone Moon couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shen Ying's gaze swept over. What right does another beaten dog have to laugh at others? Lone Moon. +1 inch hey. Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but say, that invader is the manager of another plane. He's the one who destroyed 10 planes. At least we held on for so long. What's more, who was that crying and calling for her parents just now? Shen Ying's face paled. She seemed to have just remembered. She froze. Although she didn't have a deep impression of going back to 3 years old, she still vaguely remembered some of it. The reason why Big Sister suddenly appeared here seemed probably, really because she called her over. Her face darkened. So shameful. So embarrassing. She actually called for her parents to save her. This was definitely the biggest black mark in her 15 years. What to do? She embarrassed herself in front of her subordinates. Shin Shiwu panicked inwardly. Her face was still as cold as a mountain. She turned her head and said seriously, Next, we have to solve the problem of the invader. Lone Moon. I Ching. He was trying to change the topic, wasn't he? She didn't even dare to look at him. Master, what's the problem? I Ching heaved a sigh of relief and let go of her hand, giving his master a way out. Naturally, it's about those small worlds. Shening hurriedly opened a light screen. She didn't know if it was intentional, but it happened to cover her face. Very good, he had successfully changed the topic. For all, she pointed at the plane tree in front of them, her expression still cold. Haven't you noticed that the plane tree hasn't recovered yet? Even the manager has come to invade, which proves that they have invaded the entire plane. Although the manager is dead, those who have already invaded the small world. If we don't deal with them quickly, they will still affect this world. Their faces darkened as they turned to look at the golden plane tree. It was indeed as Shening had said. The white lines that occupied the river of forgetfulness on the tree, although dimmer than before, showed signs of returning to gold, but did not disappear. The entire tree looked listless, and leaves would occasionally fall to the ground. It looked malnourished. Then what should we do? Lo Moon frowned. There were really too many invaders. Just the ones that had invaded the immortal world were uncountable. And their bodies were that kind of invisible white light. Not only that, they could also invade people's consciousness. If the other party wanted to disguise themselves, they wouldn't be able to tell. We can't possibly search each small world, can we? How long would that take? What's more, most of those things occupied the river of forgetfulness. This was equivalent to a roaming crime. It was impossible to completely uncover them. Of course we can't search each and every one of them. Shen Ying's hand did not stop operating the light screen. Rows of data swept across it. She looked at it for a while before saying, I analyzed that manager's data. Their existence is a beehive-like symbiotic model. Their original plane should have perished a long time ago. The manager is like the queen bee. Now that he's dead, the other invaders won't be able to survive for long. They'll slowly disappear as well. However, this might take decades to centuries. So long. Lo Moon was shocked. He was a little anxious. Those things will invade people's consciousness. The longer they stay on people's bodies, the more it will consume their souls. If it was an immortal or a cultivator, it would be fine. They might be able to hold on for hundreds of years. But if it was a mortal, the other party's soul would definitely dissipate. That's why I said we have to solve it quickly. Shening turned off the light screen and took a deep breath. Fortunately, most of them invaded the small world from the river of forgetfulness. It hasn't been long. Their auras haven't disappeared. I should be able to track them. Let's try to clear them all at once. As she spoke, she reached out and pressed her hand on the tree trunk. Chef, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stepped forward and held her hand. Master. He looked at the person in front of him worriedly. He said with lingering fear, Why don't let me go first? Shenjing said that her body had not fully recovered. He was really afraid that something unexpected would happen. Shening faltered. She tilted her head and said, But you're not a manager. You can't control the entire plane. I Ching turned to look at the tree in front of him. For some reason, a strange feeling flashed across his heart. It was as if he could do it. I'll just try once. All right. Shening then stepped back. He stepped forward and pressed his hand on the tree trunk. He closed his eyes. Suddenly something emanated from his body. Compared to the assistant's ability earlier, it was much gentler this time. For a moment, the whole tree rustled, as if it was responding to something. In a short while, the whole tree began to emit a golden glow. It became brighter and brighter. Even the surrounding grass seemed to be dyed gold. Suddenly, spots of white fluorescent light floated out of the tree. Like snowflakes, they spread out in all directions. The white patterns that occupied the river of forgetfulness on the tree also slowly disappeared. It returned to its original golden color. In less than 10 minutes, the originally withered tree seemed to have regained its vitality. Even the leaves that had fallen to the ground floated up and returned to the treetop like a playback. After another 10 minutes, the drifting white fluorescent light became lesser and lesser, until it completely disappeared. At this time, the plane tree had completely returned to its original state. I Ching then opened his eyes and retracted his hand. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the plane tree was stronger than before. Good job, Chef. Lo Moon was also shocked. He had thought that he was only worried about Shening. He didn't expect that he really chased all the invaders out. I didn't expect you to have such an ability. Just by looking at the floating white light, one could tell how terrifying the number of intruders was. Although he had completely grasped the assistant's power, he really did not have the confidence to do this. Tell me, how did you do it? I don't know either. I Ching looked at his palm in a daze. The moment he touched the plane tree, he just did that subconsciously. Then those invaders disappeared. It was as if it was instinctive. Forget it. It's fine as long as it's settled. Moon didn't mind. As he opened the transportation tunnel, he said, "Let's hurry back. I don't know how the sect is doing." I Ching nodded. He pulled Shenning out of habit. "Master, let's go home for dinner." Oh, only then did Shenning follow. She turned back to look at the plane tree, then at her boyfriend in front of her. She narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. Could it be? Chapter 441. Invincible sect suffered a huge loss this time. Apart from the back hall, and a few remote side halls, the entire heavenly palace was completely destroyed without exception. More importantly, many disciples were seriously injured, and some even injured their foundations. It would be difficult for them to improve their cultivation in the future. All the heavenly palaces were damaged, and more seriously. After Lone Moon returned to the sect, he joined in the post-war recovery work. For a few days, he was so busy that he was nowhere to be seen. Shen Eng and I Ching, on the other hand, had nothing to do in the back hall. Perhaps because he felt that he could not count on these two. Lone Moon did not even have the desire to grab them. Shen Eng did not know if it was because she had just recovered, but ever since she ate a lot on the day she came back, she ate less and less. From 5 meals a day, she slowly reduced to 3 meals a day. But she slept longer and longer. Sometimes she would doze off while eating. I Ching was very worried at first, but after a few days, he realized that she was not hibernating, but simply wanted to sleep after eating. So he relaxed and let her be. But every time she was sprawled on the table, he carefully carried her back to the room. After this happened many times, there would inevitably be a few times when Shenning would wake up in the middle and look at him strangely. I Ching vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he could not figure it out. But since then, Shenning always asked him the same question. "Chef, take off your pants. I won't laugh at you." "Chef, take it off. My sister did not kill you that day. Maybe you are fine." "Chef, the weather is quite hot today. How about I help you take off your pants to cool down?" "Chef, take it off. I just want to take a look, okay?" "Chef, don't go back tonight. Sleep with me. The kind where you take off your pants." I Ching. Chef, who was a beginner, shivered. With a master who wanted to take off his pants all the time, what should he do? It was quite urgent, cooking and waiting. But every time, she looked serious and serious, like she could not be more serious. Every day, she thought of all kinds of ways, staring at his pants. She was just short of forcefully pressing him onto the bed. Shenning. Every day, he secretly carried her to the bed, secretly kissed her many times, but never made a move. I'm sure. He must have been beaten up by Big Sis before. There's a shadow in his heart. How pitiful. Shen Ying's behavior continued for half a month. She watched as a certain someone became more and more impatient, and was about to make a move. I Ching had no choice but to take a step back. With some trepidation he said, "Master, if you're willing, when Father Nyo is done with his work, we will get married. How about that? After we get married Shenning paused. Get married. Her face turned red. Was her boyfriend asking her for a title? However, it didn't seem impossible. As the saying goes, falling in love without the purpose of marriage is a hoodlum. All right, she thought for a moment and nodded hard. Then, she climbed down from Chef's body and let go of the hand that was still holding onto her pants. I won't be a hooligan. I Ching. Wasn't it just now? Then tomorrow morning, I'll go and discuss it with Father Nyo. I Ching immediately stood up from the bed. Rest early, master. After saying that, he quickly walked out as if he was escaping. But his footsteps were especially messy, as if he would fall if he was not careful, until he walked all the way out of the courtyard. The emotions that he had been suppressing finally exploded. His heart sounded as if it was about to explode. Huge ecstasy spread throughout his body. Instantly, he could not stand properly. He squatted down to cover his slightly hot face. The corner of his mouth turned up in an arc that he had never seen before. Was he dreaming? Master really agreed. Before Chef went to find Father Nyo, he took the initiative to come over. As if there was something, he rushed over early in the morning, glancing at the table that was filled with breakfast, but no one was sitting. He turned to look at I Ching, who came out of the kitchen. Chef, where's Shining? Is she still not awake? Not yet. I Ching replied casually. Master had been waking up later, and later these few days. What time is it already? She's still not up. Was she planning to eat breakfast and lunch together? The corner of his mouth twitched. Subconsciously, he walked towards the house. I have something to discuss with her. He walked to the door, but suddenly stopped. As if remembering a certain someone's temper after waking up, he raised his hand and did not knock. I Ching also walked over. Just as he was about to speak, the door suddenly opened from the inside with a click. Shining, with her messy hair, looked up and glanced at the two of them. Waving her hand in greeting, she said, Morning. What morning? It's almost noon. Lone Moon subconsciously retorted. I Ching, who was at the side, stiffened. He stared straight at the person in front of him, his eyes widening. He stepped forward and said anxiously, Master you. Chef, I'm so hungry. Shining said directly. I Ching was stunned for a moment. Subconsciously he said, Breakfast is ready. Lunch was almost ready too. All right, I have something to discuss with you. Lone Moon grabbed Shin Ying's hand and dragged her to the table like a sack. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Shin Ying seemed to be heavier. It was definitely because she had eaten too much these few days. Lone Moon sat down at the table and looked at the person opposite him, who had already started eating her buns. Then, he glanced at Chef, who was handing her buns. After hesitating for a while, he said in a low voice, There's a problem that I've been thinking about for a long time. This time, the invincible heavenly palace suffered heavy losses. A few of their disciples were seriously injured. Those were invaders after all. It's normal for them to lose. All in all, they were implicated by us. Those people came for them. He sighed and frowned before continuing. There will be more and more such things in the future. I'm afraid that when the time comes. So I'm thinking if it's time for us to let go. The master and disciple were stunned for a moment. They looked up at him together. What did he mean? I don't want the sect that we built up to be involved in the plane's affairs every time. It was their responsibility to protect this plane. There was no need to drag Invincible sect into this. He could not guarantee that he would be able to protect them every time. In the current immortal realm, even without us, Yu Hong, Lan Hua and Little Black are enough to protect this sect. Have you thought it through? I Ching asked. Although this sect was built by the three of them, in reality, the entire sect was almost pulled up by Lone Moon alone. At most, they would only come out occasionally to support the sect. Lone Moon nodded. Ever since the invasion this time, he had understood that protecting a plane was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. They could not watch Invincible sect all the time. Moreover, in those 3,000 years, didn't they do very well? I'm not saying that we will leave directly. It's just that in the future, we will try not to interfere with the sect's affairs. The master and disciple exchanged a look. After a while, Shining replied, Oh. Lone Moon's mouth twitched. What did she mean by oh? I Ching immediately explained. You can decide. Master and I have no objections. All right, then it's settled. Lone Moon looked at Shining. Yu Hong was in charge of the sect for 3,000 years. It's most suitable for her to hand Invincible sect over. I'll make arrangements now. In a few days, we will hold the inauguration ceremony. Shining, you can officially pass the position of sect master to her. Me? Shining paused and tilted her head. That's right. Lone Moon nodded. Then, he thought of something and glared at her. Don't tell me you've forgotten that you're the sect master. Oh. Shining took a bite of her bun and replied lazily. So troublesome. Troublesome my ass. Lone Moon rolled his eyes. It's settled then. I'll make a move first. With that said, he got up and walked 2 steps. Suddenly, he thought of something and stopped. Wait, troublesome? He turned around abruptly and looked at a certain figure in disbelief. She was sprawled on the table like a pile of mud, gnawing on a bun. His eyes widened. Holy shit. Shining. Chapter 442. Hey, Father Neo. Shining waved her hand out of habit. Yo, your mother. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He flew back like the wind and sized up the person in front of him. She was indeed taller than she was a few days ago, especially that familiar laziness about her. That's right, this was the real Shening. You should have told me earlier. You didn't even give me a chance to speak. Shening chuckled and handed a bun over. Want some? Eat your sister. Lone Moon snatched it away and stuffed it into his mouth as if to vent his anger. He looked like he was going to eat someone up, but his eyes scanned the person in front of him worriedly. When did you recover? Just now. She was just sleeping. Completely fine? Yeah. He was fine anyway. It won't shrink again? It's very difficult. Lone Moon stared at her for a long while before heaving a sigh of relief. It's good that you've recovered. She had thought that it would take her a few more years. She hadn't expected it to be so soon. Although it was a good thing that the cheat Shun could recover, why was he so unhappy? Especially when he thought about how he would never be able to see little Ing again. He hated this cheater in front of him even more. If something like this happens again, can't you inform us earlier? If it happened a few more times, they really wouldn't be able to handle it. Don't mind the details. Details my ass. He took a few deep breaths and suppressed the irritation in his heart. The matter of the succession has to be carried out quickly. He could not drag the invincible sect down with him. Oh, don't you have anything to say? In any case, you are the sect leader. There is one. Shening put down the bun in her hand and said seriously, Father Neo, if you don't care about invincible sect anymore, then in the future, will you still give us our living expenses? Lone Moon. I Ching. Scram. As for the matter of passing on the position, Lone Moon had thought that it was just a matter of passing on the legacy of the sect. He did not expect that Yu Hong would be so unwilling to accept the position of the sect master. No, it wasn't just Yu Hong. The entire sect was adamant. Elder Lone Moon, are you testing me? No matter what, I will never accept the position of sect master. And no one in the sect will either. Elder Lone Moon, in my heart, there is only one sect master in Invincible Sect. Alive, we are sect master's disciples. Dead, we are sect master's disciples. Now that sect master is still around, how can we replace him and go against our superiors? Elder Lone Moon, you don't have to persuade me anymore. As long as I'm a disciple, I'll always be the sect master's disciple. Elder Lone Moon, if I've done anything wrong, please punish me severely. But please don't put me in an unjust, disloyal, and unfilial state. Yu Hong spoke righteously and with a serious expression. She was just short of making a heart demon oath. Most importantly, the surrounding disciples were nodding their heads in agreement. They even frequently cast him condemning gazes. Lone Moon. F***ck, what did he do? He just wanted to pass on his position. Hey, wasn't this a very normal thing in the immortal sect? They all looked like they would go to hell if he asked them to change their sect master. Where did they come from? After so many years, he didn't create a sect, but an evil cult. In the end, Lone Moon compromised and settled for the next best thing. Instead of choosing a new sect master, he would choose an elder. She would take over his and Chef's duties, but she would also manage the entire sect. In any case, Shening was just a mascot. This time, she accepted without hesitation and promised that she would do her best to make Invincible Sect flourish. Lone Moon. Do you guys have some misunderstanding about a sect master? And what was with this feeling of grievance? In the end, Lone Moon still chose the two guardians. Yu Hong was the left guardian, and she was in charge of everything in the sect. The right guardian was Siyu. She was in charge of teaching the disciples. After Siyu returned from the lower realm, she seemed to have gained new enlightenment. Not long ago, she successfully went through the tribulation, and her cultivation level rose to young emperor. She was also the first among this batch of disciples to ascend to emperor. As for Lan Hua, given that he had paid rent for so many years, and had contributed the most during the reconstruction of the Heavenly Palace, Lone Moon waved his hand. He finally settled his residency problem, and officially became a member of Invincible Sect, the kind that did not have to pay rent. Lan Hua was so excited that he emptied his storage bag. This time, it was not because he was being kind. He did it willingly. It was not easy to get a foreign residency. Actually, he had stayed in Invincible Sect for so many years, not only because he was used to it, but also because there was no place in the entire immortal realm that could provide him with all kinds of materials for alchemy, talismans, and weapon arrays. Because the entire sect was made up of body cultivators, no one had any use for those materials, and no one fought with him for them. Moreover, he had a good friend like Radish. He could grow all kinds of immortal herbs and find all kinds of weapon refinement materials. As an all-round cultivation maniac, where else could he find such a good place? Only a fool would leave. That was why Lan Hua had made up his mind to stay here a long time ago. After thousands of years of hard work, he finally became a member of Invincible Sect. Life was perfect. But he seemed to have forgotten that every once in a while, Lone Moon would rob his storage bag. That was the fact that he was still a pauper. Because of the change in duties, the original inauguration ceremony became a promotion ceremony. In addition, there was the matter of Siyu suddenly becoming an empress. Lone Moon decided to do these two things together. All the continents were still very respectful. Although all the heavenly palaces suffered losses in the previous invasion, they all came. Under the witness of everyone, Lone Moon passed the position of elder to Yu Hong and Siyu. He also announced that he would retire behind the scenes. He also passed the jade flute that he had used for many years to Yu Hong as a keepsake. From then on, he really did not care about anything related to Invincible Sect. Even the account books were thrown out. He let go completely. Shening looked at the pastries that were being emptied very quickly. She quickly took the last two pieces, and finally expressed her objection. Father Neo, why don't you take the account books back? Why? Lone Moon turned and glanced at her. He thought of something and said with some relief. Now you know how difficult it is to manage a sect. So now you feel sorry for me? Shening looked at the empty plates on the table. No, she felt sorry for the pastries. You don't have anything else? Lone Moon, who usually disappeared for days, had been sitting here for a long time. Lone Moon was stunned. He looked at Shening, and then at Chef beside her. Suddenly he thought of something. His mouth twitched, and he said in a disdainful tone, "Don't tell me the two of you think I'm interrupting your public display of affection. That's why you want to chase me away. Guys who only cared about the opposite sex. Indeed, a grown girl cannot be kept at home." That's right, Chef. He thought of something, and turned to look at Chef. I forgot to ask you. A few days ago, you suddenly sent me a message, saying that you had something to discuss with me. What was it about? I Ching's face paled. The hand that was pouring tea trembled, and the tea spilled out. A look of panic flashed across his face. He said anxiously, "Nothing." Lone Moon was stunned. You didn't sound like it that day. Didn't you say that it was about you and Shun? Father Neo. He suddenly interrupted loudly. The panic in his eyes deepened. He picked up the empty plate on the table and said, "There are no more pastries. I'll go make some more." With that said, he turned and rushed into the kitchen. Even his footsteps were a little messy. Lone Moon. What was going on? He could not help but turn to look at a certain foodie. What did you make this time? Chapter 443. Shening was stunned. What has it got to do with me? Lone Moon rolled his eyes. Don't tell me you can't tell that Chef has been acting weird these few days? He seemed to be out of it every day, and would even stare blankly at Shening from time to time. Who would believe that it had nothing to do with her? Really? She really couldn't tell. Why not? He gave her a "are you blind" look. I think it should be about that night. Oh yes. It was the first night of your recovery. He suddenly sent me a message in the middle of the night, saying that he had something to discuss with me. He even confirmed it 4 or 5 times. I couldn't sleep the whole night. Tell me what happened that night. Shening tilted her head and thought about it. Something flashed across her eyes. A moment later she said casually, "Nothing big." She glanced at the table that didn't even have a single fruit. She could only pour herself a cup of tea and pass one to Father Neo. Then she continued, "It was that night that he proposed to me." Lone Moon spat out a mouthful of tea. Cough, cough, cough. What did you say? Proposal. Had they already reached this stage? And how was a proposal not a big deal? Then you agreed? I agreed. Shening replied naturally. After all, I was only 15 years old then. I didn't know much about the world. Holy shit. No wonder Chef was acting so strangely. Could it be that the matter he wanted to discuss with him that night was about his marriage with Shining? Wait. Loman's mouth twitched. He looked Shining up and down. You're not going back on your word now, are you? Am I that kind of unreliable person? Shining looked at him. Yes. Lone Moon nodded without hesitation. Shen Ying's mouth twitched. She sighed and slumped on the table. AI so troublesome. Troublesome my ass. Lone Moon glared at her. Based on the current situation, he will definitely think that you're regretting it. What exactly do you plan to do? It had been so many days. She should give him a definite answer. She couldn't let Chef continue worrying about his gains and losses. Shining tilted her head and glanced at him. A moment later, she seemed to have made a decision. She sat up straighter and said, "All right." She turned towards the kitchen and shouted, "Chef. Master." The busy figure inside paused and glanced over. He subconsciously walked over with a plate of pastries in his hand. "Master, you called me he." Before he could finish, Shining suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar. She pulled him down forcefully and kissed him on the lips. Then she said slowly, "Chef, come to my room when it gets dark." Clang! A certain someone's hand trembled, and the pastries in his hand immediately fell to the ground. He still maintained his posture of bending over, and his whole body froze on the spot, as if he had been petrified. I Ching. Lone Moon. Hey, I'm still here. Can't you guys pay attention to your image? Can't you show some love to dogs? You haven't left yet? Shining turned and glanced at him. Lone Moon pursed his lips. Why should I leave? This is a public place. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. What you said makes sense. Then let's go. With that said, he stood up and pulled Chef, who was still in a state of shock, into the house. Some things didn't have to be done at night. Lone Moon. Shit. What was with this feeling of being forced to eat dog food? And he was the one who took the initiative to stuff it into his mouth. So, why on earth did he have to be so cheap to ask about such things? Shining pulled Chef all the way back to the room until she pressed him firmly onto the bed. It was only then that Chef reacted. His entire body was as red as an exploding tomato. Master you. He subconsciously wanted to get up, but his hands were suddenly pulled up high. Shen Ying's hand was directly above his head. He couldn't move at all. He looked up and realized that Shining was already sitting on top of him. Her eyes, which usually carried a hint of laziness, seemed to be shining with a different light. It made him feel hot all over for no reason. Chef. She suddenly leaned closer. Her warm breath immediately brushed past the side of his ear. He couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was clearly two simple words, but he could hear some lingering emotions in them. I suddenly remembered, when I was 15, there was always something I didn't do. Why don't I do it today? What? I Ching only felt his mind go blank. He stared blankly at the person in front of him. His whole body felt like it was on fire. In the next moment, he suddenly felt a chill below his body. He heard a tearing sound. Shining suddenly reached out and tore a piece of his Dharma robe, along with a piece of his belt. Her eyes even swept across a certain embarrassing part of him, intentionally or unintentionally. Master. I Ching was shocked. His eyes widened, and he subconsciously wanted to move. Suddenly, he felt a burst of warmth on his lips, and a pair of soft lips pressed against his. It was different from before, when they parted after just a touch. The softness lingered on his lips, making him yearn for more. He subconsciously opened his mouth. In the next moment, something with the sweetest taste in the world flowed straight to the bottom of his heart. It was so beautiful that he had the urge to cry. Instantly, he felt the whole world blur. He had never been so satisfied before, as if he had obtained everything in the world. He instinctively began to respond, as if he wanted to keep everything, or yearn for more. Master, be good. A familiar voice murmured in his ear. I will be gentler. Her hand moved down slowly. It looked like it was about to reach a certain unspeakable place. I Ching shuddered slightly, as if he had suddenly woken up. He did not know where he got the strength from, but he suddenly broke free from Shen Ying's hand. Master. His face was so red that it was dripping blood. He panted lightly, but he still looked stubbornly at the person in front of him. He asked anxiously, "Are you still agreeing to marry me?" Shening hesitated. A look of difficulty flashed across her face. I Ching felt a chill in his heart. The burning sensation he felt just now faded away in an instant. There was a slight pain in his heart. He felt wronged for some reason. His eyes became wet. "Chef, it's not that simple." "So it still won't work?" "Marriage definitely won't work now." Shening sighed and said earnestly, "The key is to see when you can take a beating from my sister. The kind where she beats you to death." "Huh?" I Ching was stunned. His eyes widened. "Master, you mean? You've seen my sister's combat power. With your current cultivation, if you want to marry me, what do you think your chances of surviving are?" There was 100% chance that he would be beaten to death. Moreover, he would be beaten to a pulp. "So, Master, you actually agree?" He could not help but grab her hand, anxious to confirm. "Huh?" Shening was stunned. She looked at him strangely. "Didn't I agree a few days ago?" His face was wild with joy. He directly reached out and hugged the person in front of him. He was so happy that he wanted to jump out a few times. Master. Great. So Master was willing. So can we continue?" "Master." I Ching turned over and carried the person on top of him to the inside of the bed. Just when Shening thought he was going to take the initiative, he suddenly sat up. With a determined expression he said, "I will definitely work hard to defeat Senior Shen. Master, you have to wait for me. I will go cultivate now." With that said, he turned over and got off the bed. He did not even care about his torn clothes. He pulled up his pants and disappeared from the room in a flash, leaving a certain someone confused. "Shening." A gust of cold wind blew. Was it too late to break up now? That's why I said dating your sister. Degree. Chapter 444. Invincible sect had already been officially handed over to Yu Hong's batch of disciples. Lone Moon would still give them a few pointers at first, but as the sect slowly got on the right track, he completely let go. It was also time to leave. His plan was very good. Now that Shening had recovered, they had nothing to worry about. But the Three Realms was not as normal as it seemed on the surface. Who knew how many more problems were hidden inside? Whether it was Hong Meng, Song Run, or that mushroom world, they were all not small problems. Shen Jing was not wrong at all. What the God Fiend and the others left behind was a terrible mess. After they stepped in, they found that the ground was full of holes. That was why they could not sit still and wait for death. To prevent another manager invasion, something so serious that it could not be cleaned up, it was better to take the initiative. That was why they had to check the small worlds one by one. On one hand, they could completely familiarize themselves with this plane, and on the other hand, they could find all the holes. Loman's plan was very good. He had even collected a compendium of delicacies in the Three Realms, prepared for Shen Ying's temporary laziness. But he did not expect that before Shening objected, Chef suddenly did not want to do it. He even suddenly said that he wanted to go into seclusion to raise his cultivation. At first he thought he heard wrong. Was he kidding? With that little cheat of his, did he need to raise his cultivation? What's more, they were plain assistants. They themselves were the peak of this world's combat power, especially after they had completely mastered the abilities of assistants. The so-called cultivation, in their eyes, was just data that could be adjusted at will. There was no need to raise it, unless they met another invader like the last time. Otherwise, in the entire Three Realms, only Shening, and he could fight him. But Chef seemed to be determined this time. No matter what Lone Moon said, he did not change his mind. The next day, he took his sword to the training field in the sect, looking like he was going to practice the heart sword technique. Then with one sword he split the training field. Straight face, yet he did not seem to see his destructive power clearly. In the next few days, he either destroyed this hall with sword chi, or burned that palace with sorcery. Lone Moon's heart tightened. He could faintly hear the sound of immortal stones flowing out of his storage bag. You have to do something. He could not stop him, so he called someone who could. Shening glanced over lazily. Her shoulders drooped as if she could fall asleep at any moment. I'm not full. I don't have the energy to care. Didn't you just eat? Lone Moon glared at her. She suddenly turned and glanced at him. Her gaze was indescribably strange. Lone Moon could not help but feel goosebumps all over his body. She shook her head and sighed. AI, a naive single dog. You don't understand. Lone Moon heard a sizzling sound and faintly felt that he had been stabbed somewhere. What do you mean by that? Speak clearly. Don't worry, it'll be fine. She once again glanced at a certain someone who was practicing his sword in the distance. Soon, he would realize that practicing like this was useless. If the invincible heavenly palace had not been destroyed by then. Lone Moon frowned. Say, what did you say to Chef the other day? Why was he like this the next day? Nothing much. Shunning sighed. She wanted to have something, but she didn't have the time, did she? I only told him that if he wanted to marry me, he might be beaten to death by my sister. Lone Moon was stunned. That was possible. AI, isn't the end result of being in love indescribable? Hey, watch your words. Do you want to be locked up? I didn't say that he didn't have a certificate, but he insisted on taking the right path. It was just a certificate. What's more, he was not from that plane. He would probably only get a fake certificate. Actually, it doesn't matter to me whether I get married or not. So you don't want to give him a certificate? Father Neo. Shunning rarely asked seriously. Are you sword cultivators all so stubborn? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He retorted. Are you body cultivators all so casual? Shunning, tell me honestly. Lone Moon patted her on the shoulder and said seriously. Is it Chef that you like? Or Chef's body? Can't I like his cooking? Sect Master Elder. As they spoke, Yu Hong flew over from afar. She seemed to know that I Ching was practicing his swordplay not far away. She set up a defensive array around her to prevent herself from getting hurt by the sword chi that filled the sky. She landed near the two of them and bowed. The Emperor of East Sui has been waiting outside the Heavenly Palace for a long time. He says he has something important to discuss with you. Lone Moon frowned. Yu Hong, I've already said that you and Siyu will handle the matters of the sect. You don't have to ask me for help with these things. You can handle them yourselves. No. Yu Hong glanced at the figure not far away, before continuing to explain. He wants to see Elder I Ching. I've already asked him, but he refused to say what it was about. He only said that it was an important matter, and that he had to see Celestial Emperor I Ching personally. He's looking for Chef. Lone Moon paused. Then he remembered that apart from the 10 Celestial Emperors, I Ching was the one in charge of the Heavenly Palace in the eyes of outsiders. He was the rightful Celestial Emperor of the Bo Si. East Sui. Why does this place sound so familiar? The Emperor of East Sui is Yu Tsang, Yu Hong reminded. He's the one who was late at the Immortal Gathering. Oh, the one who played the role of the good guy. Lone Moon finally remembered. Wasn't he the one who supported Lan Hua and opposed I Ching the last time? Lone Moon suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. Last time, those country emperors thought they were clever and tried to cause conflict between Chef and Lan Hua. Instead, they went for wool and came home shorn. Instead, because of the immortal contest pills, they caused internal strife among themselves. After that, he no longer paid attention to these things. However, he occasionally heard from his disciples that out of the 15 country emperors, nearly half of them had really been ousted by the younger generation. Why is this person still a country emperor? Lan Hua had refined more than 100 immortal contest pills. Lone Moon had only given them 15. After that, he secretly leaked some of the pills out to add fuel to the fire. After all, those who consumed the pills that day were all trusted aides of the country emperors. However, this Yu Tsang was the only one who played the role of the bad guy and took the lead in stirring up trouble. Whether it was in the light or in the dark, the other country emperors should have kept their distance from him. Logically speaking, this East Sui should be the most chaotic country. Why hadn't he been ousted yet? What was even more unbelievable was that he actually came to see Chef instead of Lan Hua. East Sui is a little special. Yu Hong explained. It is rumored that the immortals in charge of the various regions of East Sui, as well as the various city lords, are mostly immortals who ascended from the same realm. Among them, the Yu clan had the most. They were an aristocratic family of cultivators in the lower realms, and it was rare for them to be able to maintain this status after entering the higher realms. Perhaps because we're from the same realm, we've always been more united than other countries. That's rare. Lone Moon paused. There were very few cultivators who could become immortals. Although there were many immortals in the celestial realm, they had all ascended from the vast 3,000 worlds. And this 3,000 did not only refer to the 3,000 worlds. The real number was far more than this. For a single world to produce so many immortals, it was clear that it was also a world with extremely dense spirit chi. It was no wonder that Yutsong was still able to sit firmly on the monarch's seat. It was because of the same interest group behind him. Lone Moon didn't know what urgent matter it was that made him come all the way to Chef. Lone Moon's interest was suddenly piqued. He nodded at Yu Hong and said, "Since the monarch wishes to meet us personally, we naturally have to meet him. Yu Hong, bring them to the front hall. We'll be there soon." Yes. Only then did she turn and fly away. Lone Moon nudged the drowsy Shening beside him again. He pointed at Chef and said, "Hey, it's time to work. Call him over." Oh. Shening then looked into the distance and called out lazily, "Chef." The figure over there paused. Even the sword chi that filled the sky paused. In the next moment, Chef's figure appeared beside her. He looked at Shening with shining eyes. "Master, you called for me. Someone wants to meet you." Lone Moon said immediately, "Stop practicing. Let's go to the front hall first." Chef frowned, obviously unwilling. He glanced at Shening, but still followed. The three of them then walked towards the front hall. They had just taken 2 steps, when I Ching's eyes could not help but look at the person beside him. He clenched his fists by his side. After a while, he suddenly reached out like a thief and grabbed Shen Ying's hand at an extremely fast speed. He carefully tightened his palm. Seeing that the other party did not resist, a silly smile appeared on his face. A large patch of red spread from his face. Lone Moon, who had been watching the whole process. Motherf asterisk cur. He was just walking, and he was being fed dog food. Wait. Where are the two of you going? This way. Chapter 445. When they reached the front hall, the Emperor of East Sui, Yutsong, was already waiting inside. Seeing the three of them enter, he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully in I Ching's direction. Yutsong greets the Celestial Emperor. His posture was unbelievably humble, completely different from his previous indignant self. The three of them ignored him and walked straight up. Shening sat on the main seat and slumped lazily on the chair, one hand on the armrest. I Ching stood at the side, habitually taking out a few plates of pastries and placing them on the small table beside him. Lone Moon, on the other hand, turned around and sat down on the chair closest to him. He smiled at Yutsong, who looked a little uneasy. "Young Emperor Yu, what brings you to my invincible heavenly palace? Could it be that I sent the wrong message, and you're actually here to look for Emperor Lan Hua?" Lone Moon deliberately reminded Yutsong kindly. "Why don't I call him over now?" No. Yutsong broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly denied. "Young Emperor, you misunderstand. I am indeed here to see Celestial Emperor I Ching." "That's strange." Lone Moon laughed coldly. "If I remember correctly, didn't young Emperor you say in front of all the country emperors and fellow immortals that he only knew of Celestial Emperor Lan Hua and did not know of Celestial Emperor I Ching?" "Yes, I misspoke. Please forgive me, Celestial Emperor." Yutsong's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to his knees. "No matter how Celestial Emperor deals with me, I am willing to accept my punishment." Lone Moon paused. Logically speaking, he should be a very arrogant person if he could take the lead to cause trouble. Lone Moon did not expect him to cower so quickly. He even knelt down to admit his guilt without a second word. Lone Moon suddenly felt that the matter he was here for today must not be that simple. "But this matter is my own doing. It has nothing to do with East Sui or the people of Bosi." He looked up at I Ching, who was seriously handing food to Shening. I Ching did not even look at him. Yutsong stiffened and turned to Lone Moon. "The matter I am here for today is very important. It concerns the entire immortal realm. Only Celestial Emperor I Ching can help." "Oh, Lone Moon was a little curious now. What exactly is it that Chef I Ching can't solve? Yu Tsong's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. He hesitated for a moment before saying in a low voice, Emperor, my East Sui country is located on an island east of the Bo Sea. There were many immortals, but in recent years, no new immortals had ascended. At first, we didn't know the reason either. We thought it was because the cultivators of the lower realms didn't have the opportunity. He raised his head and glanced at the few of them. His eyes darkened before he continued. But a while ago, the city lord of East Sui's #1 city, Chongqing, sent a letter saying that one of his nephews in the lower realm originally had extremely high potential to cultivate to immortality. Moreover, he had long divined his fate, and he would definitely ascend to immortality. However, for some reason, it suddenly fell during the tribulation and was unable to ascend. Only then did we notice something strange. Lone Moon frowned and glanced at him. Cultivation is an act that goes against the heavens. Any small change, even a single thought, could trigger a mental demon and affect your ascension. There's no such thing as being destined to ascend. Of course, Shining was an exception. Moreover, countless people have fallen during the tribulation of ascension. What's so strange about that? Even if no one ascended for a few years, it's very normal. No, there must be something wrong with the lower realm. Before he could finish, Yu Tsong blurted out anxiously, East Sui has never had no immortals ascend for a few years. And I heard. He glanced at I Ching in front of him and gritted his teeth. I heard that not long ago, a very strange blue realm gate appeared at the border of the immortal and demonic realms. It seemed to have something to do with the lower realm. So, I'm guessing that the realm gate that connects the East Sui country to the lower realm has a problem as well? That's why no one ascended to immortality. Realm gate. Lone Moon fell silent. His heart tightened as he turned to look at Chef. It's nothing. As if he knew what Lone Moon wanted to ask, Chef shook his head. I've checked it. With that said, he handed the tea in his hand to Shining. The last time he repaired the plane tree, he specially checked the realm gate. There were no abnormalities. Celestial Emperor I Ching. There must be a reason why Chongqing City Lord's nephew died. Seeing that they did not believe him, Yu Tsong said anxiously. The sacred arrival realm he's in has always been rich in spirit qi. Many immortals in East Sui come from that realm. But in recent years, no cultivators have ascended. Although a few years is not a long time. One day in the immortal realm is 100 years in the lower realm. Now tens of thousands of years have passed. No one has ascended in 10,000 years. How can there be any abnormalities? These words seem to make sense, but... Young Emperor Yu, have you forgotten that when cultivators ascend to the upper realm, the location of the immortal ascension stage is always uncertain? No one has ascended in your East Sui, yet you don't allow people to ascend to other continents. This is not like giving birth to children, where they can give birth to children. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed as he glanced at Yu Tsong. Or is it that young Emperor Yu is so sure that there are abnormalities in the lower realm, because you have some other information, and know in advance where they will ascend from? Yu Tsong's face paled. He looked guilty as if he had been exposed. His eyes darted around frantically. After a while he gritted his teeth, cupped his fists and knelt even straighter. Please forgive me, Celestial Emperor. I did use some tricks. He looked up at Lone Moon, then glanced at I Ching, who did not even spare him a glance. Then, with some guilt, he said, I was once in the Yulin immortal domain, and was fortunate enough to find an ancient array formation. This array formation can create a kind of connection between cultivators from the same realm. That's why I set up this array formation in the various cities of East Sui, so that immortals who have just ascended can quickly meet up with people they know. That's why East Sui has always been so prosperous. Lone Moon glanced at him. So this was the reason why he had not been removed. Celestial Emperor I Ching. Yu Tsong continued to speak to Chef anxiously. My powers are low. I can't find out what the problem is with the research. This matter is very serious. You are a divine being. I'm sure you have a way. Please, Celestial Emperor, follow me to East Sui and investigate this thoroughly. I'm not going. Before he could finish, I Ching rejected him. He still had to cultivate and marry his master. Why would he go? Celestial Emperor. Yu Tsong was stunned. He did not expect I Ching to reject him so decisively. He turned to Lo Moon for help. Young Emperor Lo Moon. Go back first. Lo Moon did not agree directly. We have our own plans for this. But Yu Tsong still wanted to say something. Lo Moon had already turned around and waved his hand. Men, send young Emperor Yu out. Yu Tsong had no choice. He looked back and forth at the few people in the hall, then left reluctantly. Only when Yu Tsong was sent out of the heavenly palace did Lo Moon turn to I Ching. Chef, what do you think? I Ching frowned. As he peeled a fruit, he replied, there are many loopholes. He did not tell the truth, but there might be something. I think so too. Lo Moon nodded. This Yu Tsong must be hiding something. What's more, what I find strange is his attitude towards the lower realm. I Ching turned back to look at him. Logically speaking, after ascending to immortality, one would naturally be indifferent to everything in the lower realm. Lo Moon frowned. Those who are going through the tribulation of ascension need to cut off all ties with the mortal world and completely end all worldly matters. Only then can they ascend safely, or like roasted chicken gal and her husband, if they have the ability to withstand the lightning tribulation, they can bring others along to ascend. Is that so? Shen Ying, who was nibbling on a fruit, suddenly looked up. I'm not talking about you, shut up. Cheats should not participate in the discussions of us ordinary people. Go eat your fruit. Oh. She continued to nibble. So, Lo Moon continued to look at Chef. There are so many immortals in the immortal realm. No one would be so concerned about the mortal world. They would also constantly pay attention to whether someone is ascending. And the array he mentioned is very strange. Chef, in this world, there really is an array that can control the position of one's ascension. There is. Chef nodded affirmatively. The mystic spirit array can temporarily open the realm gate and connect the two realms. But this is an array of the divine race. I don't think immortal spells can reach this level, but it can indeed control the position of the realm gate. Lo Moon's expression darkened. He thought of something and sent a message to Yu Hong to give some instructions. Soon Yu Hong came in with a list. Elder Lo Moon, this is the list of Earth immortals who ascended from the Bo Sea in the past 10 years. Lo Moon opened the list and looked at the data for the last 5 years. Indeed, the distribution of Earth immortals who ascended from all over the world was very even. There were tens of them in each country every year. Only the country behind East Sui was empty. There was not a single one. It seems that what Yu Tsong said about no immortals ascending these few years was true. Could it really be because of the plane invasion? He frowned and looked at a certain foodie. Shen Ying, what do you think? Shen Ying, who was suddenly called out, stopped chewing on her fruit and pointed to the list in his hand. I'll start from the front. What did she mean? He looked down at the beginning of the list, and his eyes widened. Holy shit. Chapter 446. The more he read, the more shocked he became. He hadn't noticed it earlier, but now that he looked at the list from a few years ago, there were a lot of names behind East Sui. There were more than 100 of them, almost 10 times more than the other countries. Isn't this too exaggerated? Anyone could tell that there was something wrong with this name list. Even if East Sui was some kind of feng shui treasure land, it was impossible for over 100 Earth immortals to ascend in a year, right? Moreover, ascension depended on the cultivator himself. It had nothing to do with the location of the upper realm. Could it be that the array could really snatch the immortals who had ascended to East Sui? Lo Moon could not help but take a closer look at the list in his hands. He paid special attention to the situation of the other countries, and found that there was no significant decrease in the number of countries. Then what was going on? Yu Hong, how much do you know about East Sui? He turned to look at the person beside him. Yu Hong thought for a while before saying, this disciple also knows very little about the situation of the various countries in the Bo Sea. I've only heard that this East Sui is situated at the extreme east, and within the borders, there are only some scattered small islands. A few years ago, There were very few immortals living here. But after Yutsong ascended to the throne, these small islands united and built many immortal cities. They are getting better and better, and now their strength is not inferior to the other countries. In recent years, Lo Moon frowned. You're saying that East Sui only started developing recently? It seemed like it really had something to do with that array. Yes, Yu Hong nodded. When the disciples in the sect do business, no, when they complete the sect's missions, they would often head to the various immortal cities in East Sui. The level of prosperity there is not inferior to the other countries. Lo Moon frowned. The more he listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. After some thought, he turned to I Ching and said, "It seems like we really have to go and see for ourselves. Chef, you should recognize that array formation. Follow me to the immortal city to confirm it." "But I still have to cultivate." I Ching frowned, a little dissatisfied. "You call that cultivation? What you're doing is a demolition, okay? Let's get down to business first." As he spoke, he turned to look at Yu Hong. "Yu Hong, we'll be leaving for a while. We don't know when we'll be back. I'll leave the sect to you." "Yes, let's go." Lo Moon opened up a spatial tunnel and was about to step into it. Shening immediately waved her hand. "Father Nyo, all the best." Lo Moon stopped in his tracks. He turned around and roared, "You freaking go too." "Huh." Shen Ying's claws dropped. "So troublesome. Shut up." With that said, he turned and carried a certain lazy bum into the passageway, pushing Chef, whose mind was filled with thoughts of demolition, in as well. In the blink of an eye, the few of them appeared on a small island. From afar, they could see an immortal city floating in midair. "Chef, can you sense that array?" Lo Moon asked. "There are many array formations in this immortal city, especially the defensive array formations outside the city. It's hard to tell which one is the mystic spirit array from the outside." Chef shook his head, his eyes flashing. "Why don't we split it open and see? It was a good chance to practice his sword." Scram! The corner of Lo Moon's mouth twitched. "You wastrel." Yutsong didn't tell the truth. I think he's hiding something on purpose. While he's still on his way back, let's go in and check out the situation first. Invincible Heavenly Palace needed 10 days to reach East Sui even if they flew on their swords. They directly tore through the void and naturally rushed ahead of Yutsong. After thinking about it, he conjured another seal and suppressed his cultivation to Golden Immortal. He then turned to the two behind him and instructed, "Chef, suppress your cultivation and hide your true appearance. Don't let anyone recognize you." After all, he was the Bo Si Celestial Emperor. There would be images of the Celestial Emperor everywhere in Bo Si. And Shening, you too. Forget it. Anyway, no one could see it. Shening. Son of AB***. The few of them prepared for a while before flying on their swords towards the immortal city above. Yu Hong was right. This immortal city of East Sui was indeed very lively. They only entered a small city on the north side of East Sui, but the city was filled with cultivators. It was no worse than those big immortal cities in the past. Lo Moon casually scanned around and found that most of the people in the city were low-level cultivators. Most of them were Earth Immortals. Mystic Immortals and Stygian Immortals were few. One couldn't even find one or two in a few streets, much less exalted Immortals. Once I Ching entered the city, he sensed the location of that mystic spirit array. He held on to Shening tightly and brought Father Nyo in that direction. The strange thing was that this mystic spirit array wasn't hidden. Instead, it was set up openly on an empty piece of land in the east of the city. There wasn't anyone guarding it. The immortals in the city seemed to know what it was. They didn't care at all. Lo Moon was stunned. Yutsong was snatching people so brazenly. Wasn't he afraid that the other countries would have an opinion? But after thinking about it carefully, he understood. If this array could only change the location where people from the lower realm ascended to, the other countries might really not care much. After all, those who just ascended were all Earth Immortals. No matter how much potential they had, it would only be a matter of a few thousand years later. Then what exactly was Yutsong trying to do by setting up such an array in every immortal city? Was it really just to make it convenient for him to search for his relatives? "Chef, how is it?" Lone Moon looked towards Chef, who was studying the array in detail. I Ching then retracted the god power he used to examine the array. He frowned and said, "There's nothing wrong with the array. There's nothing wrong with the realm gate either. There's also remnant spirit chi here. If I'm not wrong, this array was activated once in the past 3 months." "What?" Lone Moon was shocked. "Didn't you say that no one from East Sui had ascended for 5 years?" "I'm not sure either." I Ching shook his head. "But recently, someone did ascend through this array." Lone Moon was silent for a while. He thought about it and said, "Let's go to the other immortal cities to take a look." Hence, they went to more than 10 immortal cities. In the end, they found that the array in every immortal city was the same. There were no signs of damage. What's more, there were remnants of spirit chi around 2 of the arrays. That meant that someone had ascended. Why would Yu Tsang tell such a lie that could be easily seen through? He even purposely hid the fact that someone had ascended. Even Yu Hong didn't find out. Could it be just to make them believe that there was a problem with the realm gate? "Can we eat now?" Shening, who had been dragged around for half a day, couldn't help but ask. "There's still 4 hours until dinner time. Father Neo, why don't we go to the city where the city lord lost his grandson for dinner? There must be a lot of good food there." "Igyu," Lone Moon wanted to retort out of habit, but he faltered. "Wait, lost his grandson?" He exchanged a look with I Ching beside him. They spoke in unison. Chongqing City. 2 previously, Yu Tsang had indeed specially mentioned that the nephew of the city lord of Chongqing, the #1 immortal city in East Sui, had failed to ascend. He had even specially invited Chef to investigate. Could it be that the problem was only with the array in Chongqing City? The 2 exchanged a look and immediately headed towards Chongqing City. What was different from other immortal cities was that the mystic spirit array in Chongqing City was not as obvious as in other immortal cities. Instead, it was set up in the city lord's manner. The few of them directly concealed themselves and snuck in. They spent a lot of effort before they found that array. Just as they were about to go closer to take a closer look, I Ching suddenly paused. He looked at the array in front of them with some surprise. "What's wrong?" Lone Moon also paused. "This array." His expression darkened. "There's actually death chi attached to it." He waved his hand, and a few wisps of immortal chi gathered over. Indeed, a few wisps of faint black chi floated above the array, but they disappeared in an instant. Holy shit! Lone Moon was also stunned. Death chi attached to the array. Didn't that make it a killing array? I Ching directly went forward and placed one hand on the array. He transferred a bit of god power over, but in less than a moment, it was bounced back. It even carried a very domineering aura. But the moment it came into contact with his palm, it dissipated. The realm gate here has indeed been closed. He then stood up, frowned and corrected himself. "No, I should say it's locked." "Lone Moon." "What?" Chapter 447. "Didn't you say that the realm gate was fine?" Lone Moon couldn't help but ask. "The other realm gates of the 3,000 realms are fine indeed." I Ching frowned and said in a low voice, "Only the small world where the death aura came from seems to be blocked by something and cannot open the realm gate." "You mean only that small world's realm gate is locked?" Lone Moon's heart sank. Why was this situation more and more like that mushroom world previously? "Can you find out where it is?" I Ching shook his head. "Not here." Lone Moon reacted. "Then let's return to the divine realm first." He immediately opened the passage back to the divine realm. The 3 of them returned to that familiar night sky in an instant. The golden plane tree was right in front of them. Chef took a step forward and placed one hand on the tree trunk. He closed his eyes and began to sense the same aura as in the array formation earlier. Lone Moon thought that he would have to wait for a long time. Unexpectedly, in less than 15 minutes, Chef opened his eyes and pointed high above his head. There. He subconsciously looked up at the top of the plane tree. They were too far away and could not see very clearly. They had to take a few steps back before they saw the small world that Chef was pointing at. That was a golden leaf that was no different from other small worlds. In fact, it looked healthier than other small worlds. He subconsciously used his divine perception to scan that world. He did not sense any aura that did not belong to this plane. It didn't look like there was a problem. Wait. Lone Moon looked closely and saw that there seemed to be a faint layer of white qi surrounding the leaf. His heart sank. He waved his hand, and an enlarged plane image appeared in front of them. He looked closely at the surroundings of that small world. There was indeed a layer of white qi. The plane tree was originally shiny gold. In addition, it was too huge. This small world was also at the top of the tree. That was why they did not notice this layer of white qi. Now that they looked at it, that layer of white qi was surrounding the entire small world. It seemed to be isolating something. This was the reason why the plane was locked. What is this? Lone Moon pointed at that layer of white qi. I have never seen it before. But it is indeed blocking the opening of the realm gate. I Ching shook his head. Lone Moon's expression darkened. This white qi looked a little unfamiliar. But surprisingly, it had a familiar aura. But it was not very strong. No matter what it is, since it is blocking the realm gate, let's disperse it first. He directly conjured a seal, and was about to cast a spell. Wait a moment. Shining, who was nibbling on a fruit beside him, suddenly grabbed his hand. Don't be so rash, Father Nyo. Lone Moon paused and turned to look at her. You recognize this thing? Shining tilted her head and replied. I guess. What did he mean by calculate? What is that? The power of the rules. She retracted her hand and continued to take a bite of her fruit. It's what you guys call the heavenly Tao. The two of them. What? Lone Moon and I Ching were stunned. What the hell was the heavenly Tao? The realm gate of this small world was sealed by the heavenly Tao. The two of them looked at each other. Ever since they grasped the assistant's ability, they naturally knew what the so-called heavenly axiom was all about. These were all the laws and rules of this dimension. They were like the most intricate program that controlled the entire world and ensured the normal operation of the dimension. Things as big as when the sun rose, which direction the river flowed in, and how spiritual energy was generated, as small as how many bolts of lightning were needed for cultivation, and so on. These were all the rules of the heavenly Tao. Assistants and managers were the people who controlled and managed the rules. What they did was to ensure the stability of the heavenly Tao. If there were any abnormalities in the plane, then the rules would be messed up. If the rules were messed up, then the heavenly Tao would be messed up. It would definitely cause a series of chain reactions that would involve the entire plane. Lone Moon reached out with his divine perception again. This time, he did not explore the small world directly. Instead, he circled around the faint white qi. Indeed, he did not encounter any obstruction. Instead, the white qi seemed to see its kin. It fought to get closer to his divine perception, with some eagerness to lead it into the small world. It was as if it was complaining. The corner of his mouth twitched. He retracted his divine perception. The aura was similar to the assistant's energy in his body. It was also very familiar. He felt it every time he adjusted his cultivation. Shining was right. That was indeed the power of the rules. The heavenly Tao would only feel this kind of closeness to the people who managed and created it. Then the question was, why did the heavenly Tao seal the realm gate of this small world? Lone Moon vaguely felt that it had something to do with that small world. However, the heavenly Tao did not have a consciousness and could not tell him directly. Apart from the realm gate, there are no problems with the other rules. I Ching also checked the small world. Reincarnation and rebirth were not affected. They just could not ascend. The sealing of the realm gate must have something to do with the cultivators of this world. It looks like we have to go there to find out the reason. Lone Moon thought so too. He nodded and said, "There's no time to lose. Let's go." After thinking for a while, he instructed, "The realm gate cannot be opened easily for now. We can only break through the void and go together. The rules of this world are already messed up. Be careful." With that said, he looked at a certain person with emphasis. "Especially you. Shunning. Meow meow meow. It's almost dinner time. Try throwing it again." "Dinner? No problem, Father Neo." She immediately patted her chest and promised. Why was he even more worried? "You stand in the middle." He pulled her to the side. After thinking for a while, he still felt worried. He took out a Dharma artifact made of white muslin. He first tied Shen Ying's and Chef's hands together several times. Then he forcefully tied a few dead knots. He turned around and grabbed her other wrist. Only then did he feel relieved. Let's go. The three of them walked straight in. They only felt their vision go black. They faintly felt that there was something squeezing around them. In an instant their eyes lit up. In the next moment, they arrived at a bustling place. This seemed to be a market. There were many people around them. Seeing them suddenly appear on the streets, they could not help but surround them. They looked at them with some surprise and curiosity. There was even a hint of excitement in their eyes. Lone Moon was stunned. Shen. He subconsciously turned to look at Shen Ying. Unexpectedly, he met Chef's confused face. The person who was originally supposed to be standing in the middle was gone. And his right hand, which was still tightly holding onto her just now, was now tightly intertwined with Chef's left hand. There were several circles of white muslin dharma artifact tied around it. There was even a big thorny butterfly knot on it. I Ching. Lone Moon. Haha, what was with this old joke that was not the least bit surprising? He thought of his warning just now. You can try throwing it again? Let her try. She really did try. Master. Chef was the first to react. He directly flew on his sword to look for them. Master. Chef was the first to react. He directly flew on his sword to look for her. Wait. Holy shit. Lone Moon did not have time to react. His entire body was directly dragged into the air like a kite. Do you think you're hanging sausages? Let go of my hand first, hey. SB. Chapter 448. 100 miles away, in an open space. Shen Ying, a professional lost person, was sitting on a big rock. She supported her head with one hand and looked across at the fat man who had just crawled out of the weeds, covered in sweat and in a sorry state. As if he did not expect to meet someone, the man was instantly stunned. Even his body, which weighed a few 100 kilograms, stiffened. His face, which had already been squeezed into a ball, had an expression of fear and helplessness. He stood there in a daze, motionless, with a withered yellow weed swaying in front of his forehead. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Yo, good afternoon, Shen Ying greeted. Good. The man replied subconsciously. Shen Ying had already turned her eyes away, as if she had lost interest. She habitually took out a bag of pastries and started munching on it. The man still did not move. His whole body was tense, and his eyes were full of curiosity. After a while, he seemed to have thought of something and stared at the other party's sleeve. There was no pattern. Only then did he seem to be relieved. He let out a long sigh. Even his waistline had instantly grown a little, appearing rounder. Thank goodness she was not pursuing. He raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead. His tense expression eased and his whole body relaxed. He sat on the ground and panted heavily. For a moment, the small open space was only left with his panting and the sound of someone chewing on pastries. The fragrance of pastries wafted around them, causing the man to involuntarily look at the other party's hand. Perhaps his appetite had been aroused. The more he looked at it, the stronger the fragrance seemed to be. It was so captivating that it made his mouth water, and he could not move his eyes away. But he was too embarrassed to ask the young lady for it. He could only stare straight at her. Seeing the pastries in her hand decrease piece by piece, he subconsciously swallowed and made a loud gulp. Shen Ying was stunned. She looked over with some curiosity. Instantly, his face turned red and a trace of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Shen Ying narrowed her eyes and picked up the last piece of pastry. She reached out and handed it over. Do you want to eat? The man's eyes lit up. He looked straight at the pastry and nodded vigorously. He had been hungry for a few days. He subconsciously reached out to take it. Yes, thank you. Before he could finish, Shen Ying suddenly pulled back her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. She swallowed it in a few mouthfuls, twice as fast as before. She even clapped her hands and said, I don't have any left either. Haha, I'm not giving it to you. The man. His entire person was dumbfounded. His outstretched hand was still frozen in the air, and he did not retract it for a long time. A moment later, he realized that the other party was doing it on purpose. A trace of grievance flashed across his basin-like face, but he wasn't angry. After all, it was someone else's thing, and he misunderstood. He weakly retracted his fat hand and rubbed it with some embarrassment. A moment later, as if he had rested enough, he looked up at Xining and asked, "Miss, aren't you a cultivator?" Cultivators did not need to eat. Xining, who was munching on another fruit, tilted her head. "No." "Oh." His expression seemed to relax even more, and he squeezed out a simple and honest smile. Thinking of something, he could not help but remind her. This forest has always been haunted by demon beasts. Miss has no cultivation and is alone. It's better not to stay here. Leave as soon as possible. It's fine. Xining shook her head nonchalantly. I'll wait for someone to pick it up. What did she mean by waiting for someone to pick it up? The man was stunned. Seeing that she had no intention of getting up, he could only climb up and plan to leave. He had just taken 2 steps when he was worried again. He turned back and spoke again. Miss, why don't you leave with me? There are not only demon beasts in this forest, but also divine imperial sect disciples patrolling. If they find you, they will not let you off. Divine imperial sect disciples? Xining tilted her head. Yes, this is the sacred nether forest, the forbidden land of divine imperial sect. No one is allowed to enter. Oh, you have to believe me. The ordinary disciples patrolling here are all golden core cultivators and above. Seeing you here, they will not listen to your explanation. The divine imperial sect disciples you are talking about, are they the ones who wear white clothes and have a few circles drawn on their sleeves? Those are not circles. The man corrected her. Those are the sacred fire auspicious patterns. Oh, Xining suddenly raised her finger and pointed to the right. Like those two. The man was stunned. He turned back abruptly and saw that in the distant sky, 2 black dots were flying towards them. His face paled instantly. His eyes slowly filled with fear. He directly reached out and pulled Xining down from the rock. Hide quickly. He pulled her and turned to hide behind the rock. Cold sweat poured down his forehead like a flower shower. His whole body trembled. After a while he stood up again, as if he knew that a mere small rock could not block the sight of those two, much less the detection of the cultivator's sorcery. His expression became even more panicked. What do we do? What do we do? We've been discovered so quickly. They will definitely see us. Looking around, he realized that there was a large stone wall behind him. In front of him, there were retreating soldiers. There was no way to retreat. Seeing that the 2 people were getting closer and closer, he punched the stone wall weakly. Why is there not even a place to hide? Hide. Xining glanced at Fatty, who was like a moving meatball. She looked at the stone wall and narrowed her eyes. Then, she raised her head and imitated Fatty's method of punching just now. She lightly patted the stone wall. In the next moment, there was a loud rumble. The entire stone wall caved in instantly. A crack extended downwards. Even the ground split open. Like an earthquake, heaven and earth shook. A crack that was more than 2 meters wide appeared at their feet. It looked as if it was going to tear the entire forest apart as it extended forward. The man. What was going on? I found a cave. Xining pointed at the entrance of the cave and exclaimed seriously. Are you sure you found it? You were the one who smashed it, all right? You can hide now. Hide. Xining dived into the cave. With such a huge commotion, was there any use in hiding now? The man wanted to cry. He looked back at the 2 figures who seemed to have stopped in midair. Gritting his teeth, he turned and followed her into the cave. Then, he was stuck. A circle of rubble at the entrance of the cave was stuck in his stomach. His upper body went in, but his lower body could not move. He kicked hard but could not squeeze in. He could only reach out to the person inside. Miss, help me. Oh. Xining turned back to glance at him. She reached out and grabbed his wrist, tugging lightly. There was another rumbling sound. They were pulled in. The entrance of the cave collapsed. Rubble fell down and blocked the entrance. The man only realized that the inside of the stone wall was actually empty. It was very wide. Thinking of what happened just now, he looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief. Didn't she say she was not a cultivator? Just as he was about to speak, there was a piercing sound from outside. His body trembled. The fear in his eyes intensified. He did not dare to move. He even wanted to stop breathing. Indeed, in the next moment, there was the sound of landing and two unfamiliar male voices. Senior apprentice brother, can you track his aura? No. My detection technique suddenly stopped working. I don't know where he is hiding. That's strange. We were looking all the way here. How did he disappear? Could it be related to that strange earthquake just now? It's possible. Let's continue to look around. The sound of two flying swords came from outside. Shenning turned to look at Fatty. He hurriedly made a shushing gesture, telling her not to make a sound. Indeed, in less than 5 minutes, the two male voices sounded again. Could it be that he really is not hiding nearby? A person without a cultivation base would at most be able to reach this place with his speed. Senior apprentice brother, just in case, let's go back the way we came. He might not have run here yet. You're right. Let's go. The two of them left again, but Fatty still did not dare to move. He listened nervously to the movements outside. This time, after more than 10 minutes, the two men's voices sounded again. They cursed in exasperation. Damn it! I can't believe we really let him get away. What should we do? Now that he's gone, Uncle Master you. There's no way he can run away by himself. Someone must have helped him. Let's go back and report to Sect Master first. With that, the two of them really left. Fatty froze for a whole half an hour before he exhaled. He looked as if he had gone through a huge battle. He sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. Shenning glanced at him, before continuing to nibble on her fruit. Kacha kacha, kacha sounds were especially loud in this cave. They should have left. Fatty panted for a long time, before he finally sat up. He gave her a grateful smile, but the flesh on his face trembled. If it wasn't for you, we really would have been caught. Oh, it might be a little difficult to catch them. It was easier to throw them away. He looked around and continued. They might still be guarding outside. We can't go out the way we came. This cave is so big. There must be other exits. Why don't we look for them? Shenning had no objections. Fatty then got up and said cheerfully, Oh yes, my name is Wuxia. How should I address you, miss? Shenning. So it's Miss Shen. He cupped his fists politely. His eyes were faintly shining. He hesitated for a moment before sighing. Miss Shen, you were born with divine strength? Shenning stopped in her tracks. She turned back to look at him. Her eyes narrowed. That's not called divine strength. Then, I'm called God. Chapter 449. Wuxia felt that this girl called Shun-ing might be a little crazy. How could there be someone who called herself a god? But he was still relieved that she was willing to leave with him to find the exit. After all, the sacred nether forest was indeed too dangerous. Though he didn't know why she would appear here. But she had no cultivation, and was a girl. Even if she was born with godly strength, she probably wouldn't be able to escape from the jaws of high-level demon beasts. He seemed to have thought of something. He reached into his robes, and took out a pearl the size of a fist. He shook it hard, and a moment later, the pearl emitted a white light, illuminating the originally dark cave. He thought for a moment, then directly stuffed the pearl into Shen Ying's hands. Miss Shun, please help me take this. Oh, Shen Ying took it, but he started to dig into his pocket again. Maybe because he was too fat, his whole body squatted down. But after a long while, he still couldn't take out anything. He could only pull out his hand, like hugging a watermelon. He hugged his round belly with both hands and lifted it up, then stomped his feet and bounced on the spot. With a clatter, items fell out from under his belly one after another, instantly piling up on the ground. Dharma artifacts, talismans, spirit stones, there was everything. Shunning. Is there a heaven and earth bag hidden under your belly? Found it. Wuxia picked up a crumpled piece of paper by his feet in surprise, and carefully opened it. It looked like a map. On it were crooked lines that he couldn't quite understand. He held the map and looked at it for a long time, then made some calculations with his fingers and mumbled to himself, the expression on his face becoming more and more joyful. He was right. As long as they could avoid the defense outside the forest, he could really get out. Miss Shen. The place we are at now is not far from the border of the sacred nether forest. If I'm not wrong, this cave should go through the entire stone mountain. The exit leads directly out of the forest. Shen Ying's expression didn't change. She still nodded indifferently and replied, "Oh." But Huizhe continued happily. "Though this cave is big, the terrain doesn't look very complicated. It should be easy to find the exit." "Oh, then let's go." Shen Ying turned and walked straight ahead. Huizhe hurriedly picked up the things on the ground. With Shen Ying around, he was too embarrassed to stuff them back into his stomach, so he could only carry them in his arms and quickly follow up. He had just calculated the distance. They were not at the edge of the cave. No matter how complicated the cave was, they would be able to find the exit in an hour at most. Of course, that was under the condition that there were no accidents. 2 hours later. "Miss, I think we've just been here." "Oh, then let's go left. We've already walked there 6 times. What about the right side?" "I walked to the right side 9 times. What about the back?" "The back is blocked, and that's where we came from." Shen Ying stiffened. After a while, she turned around and patted her teammate's shoulder. "Fatty Hui, I think it's pretty cool here. How about we wait here for someone to pick it up?" "Huizhe, you just don't know the way, right? And what the hell was Fatty Hui? You are the one who will be fat. Your whole family will be fat." "Miss Shen." Huizhe heaved a long sigh helplessly. "Why don't we trade? You return the bead that illuminates the light to me first, and I'll lead the way." "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" Shen Ying glanced at Huizhe, who was carrying a huge pile of items. She reached out and placed the only bead that illuminated the light on top of the pile of items. In order to prevent it from falling, she even used the talisman on top to press it down. Then, she decisively retreated behind him. "Done." Huizhe, who was waiting for her to help pick up the items. Were all the girls in the world like this? He was stunned. After a while, he resigned himself to his fate and walked forward. He struggled to identify the direction through the seams of the items. The two of them walked in the cave for another 15 minutes or so. Finally, a white light appeared in front of them. There was even a faint scent of fresh air. "It's the exit." Huizhe was delighted. He quickened his pace and walked in that direction. After a few steps, he seemed to have thought of something and stopped. He turned around and put down the items in his arms. He grabbed a handful of talismans and stuffed them into Shen Ying's hands. "Once we get out of the cave, we'll be at the border of the sacred nether forest. There will definitely be cultivators guarding there. Quick, stick the talismans on so that they won't find us." As he spoke, he grabbed a few talismans and stuck them on his body as if they were free. He stuck dozens of them on in a row. He was almost sticking himself like a telephone pole. Seeing that Shen Ying didn't move, he urged again. "Stick them on quickly. If they find us, we won't be able to escape." Shen Ying glanced at the paper in her hand. The paper was crooked and unique. So ugly. She really couldn't stick them on. "I don't need them." She really didn't need them. "Don't look down on these. They're very useful. I relied on these to run." He stopped mid-sentence and continued to urge her. "Really, I won't harm you. As long as we have these, where are you going?" "Wait, Miss Shen." Seeing that Shen Ying was already walking towards the cave entrance, Huizhe panicked. He picked up the items on the ground. Not caring if they fell or not, he jogged after her. "Miss Shen, don't." Before he could finish, she had already walked out of the cave entrance. In the next moment, 2 white figures suddenly descended from the sky. They were surrounded by thick spirit qi and blocked in front of the two. Huizhe was shocked. They had indeed caught up. He wanted to pull Shen Ying away, but it was too late. In a moment of desperation, he stumbled and fell forward. He was about to fall head first into the cave, but Shen Ying suddenly reached out and grabbed him by the collar. She pulled him back. "Don't worry." As if she knew what he was worried about, Shen Ying said casually, "The people who picked me up are here." Picked. Huizhe was stunned. He looked down at the sleeves of the 2 people in front of him. He didn't find any familiar patterns. Weren't they? "Hey, Father Neo Chef." Shen Ying walked out and waved a hand in greeting. "Hey, your sister." Lone Moon glared at her angrily. He resisted the urge to beat her up. He turned and scanned Fatty from head to toe. His already dark face became even uglier. Who is this ball covered in broken paper? And where did you pick it up from? I picked it up from the cave. Shining answered. The corner of Lomun's mouth twitched. He directly retorted. Can't you freaking have some self-awareness? It's only been a few hours since you lost it. Don't randomly pick up random things, alright? In the end, he was the one who raised it. Huizhe, who was full of nonsense. Master. I Ching ignored the angry Father Niu. He stepped forward and held Xin Ying's hand. He looked at it carefully. Are you alright? I'm fine. Shening shook her head. After some thought, she added. I just didn't eat dinner. I'll make it right away. I Ching immediately turned and conjured an earth element spell. He instantly set up a stove. Then he took out pots and pans, oil, salt and vinegar, as well as all kinds of fruits, vegetables and meat from his storage bag. He summoned a ball of fire. He waved the spatula and started to cook smoothly. Huizhe. What? What was going on? Weren't they supposed to hurry and escape? Why did they suddenly start cooking? The scene changed too quickly. He couldn't react at all. He looked up at the other person. Are the two of you Miss Shin's friends? No. Lone Moon retorted directly. His expression darkened. I'm a creditor. Children were all debt collectors. Ha. I'll settle the score with you later. Lone Moon ignored Fatty and turned to glare at Shining. Out of habit, he took out tables, chairs, bowls, chopsticks and other items and placed them at the entrance of the cave. He even conjured an earth elemental dharma spell to fill in the space. What kind of people were these? Miss Shun. He could only look at Shining with a face full of questions. But he saw that she had already moved to Chef's side and started asking in a low voice. Chef, on the way here, did you pick up those little animals? Don't worry, Master. It's all right. Not a single one was missed. With that said, he even patted the storage bag beside him. Good, Chef. Then roast a big one. Yes, Master. No problem, Master. Hui Peng. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Huizhe. My name is Huizhe. Lo Moon. Shit. So those demon beasts along the way were hunted by her? He was wondering why Chef insisted on going down to pick them up. Chapter 450. Huizhe's rationality told him that given the current situation, they should leave as soon as possible. After all, this was not far from the exit of the sacred nether forest. The guards could discover them at any time. And because of the commotion he made earlier, this should be the time with the least people here. Plus the sky was starting to darken. If they didn't leave now and waited for the sky to turn completely dark, they could easily encounter high-level demon beasts. So now was the most appropriate time to leave. But thoughts were just thoughts. The actual situation was, he looked down at the bowl in his hand. Why did he sit down and start eating for no reason? Although the food was indeed fragrant, and there were many dishes on the table, he had been hungry for a long time. But what was with not being able to get any food at all? Degree. Once the dishes were placed on the table, he only saw the chopsticks in front of him moving like shadows. Before he could react, the plate was already empty. The aroma of the dishes had yet to dissipate. He sat at the side for a full half an hour, and actually didn't get a single piece of meat. The remaining soup was even taken away by the person who was cooking to wash the plates. He looked at the white rice in his hand again. What happened to treating him to a meal? Was it really just a meal? Yet the two people who were fighting happily at the side were still speaking politely with a straight face. Eat, it's very delicious. It's already on the table. Why are you still so polite? Fill your stomach. Holy shit, Shining, do you have any shame? It's already in my bowl, and you're still taking it away. Huizhe. I do want to eat it. Why did he suddenly feel that it wasn't a big deal to be caught back? 2 hours later, the sky was already completely dark. The few of them only had time to size up a certain group of creatures after eating and drinking their fill. Divine Imperial Sect. Lone Moon spun the fan in his hand and sized up Huizhe. Is this immortal sect very powerful? Fellow Taoist, you must be joking. Huizhe explained. Divine Imperial Sect is the head of the immortal sects in the world. All the other immortal sects follow their lead. Of course it's powerful. You're also from Divine Imperial Sect? I can't be considered. He paused and looked at them before saying, I'm just a servant disciple of the outer sect of Divine Imperial Sect, and I have a waste spirit root. I can't draw chi into my body at all, so I can't be considered an official disciple of Divine Imperial Sect. Lone Moon narrowed his eyes and continued asking, Oh, then why are you in such a hurry to leave? His eyes fluttered. After a while, he gritted his teeth and said, To be honest, I offended a golden core steward in the sect and accidentally destroyed one of his magic tools. This steward has always had a bad temper, so when I was afraid, I fled to this forbidden area, the sacred nether forest. He seemed to have thought of something, and looked at the two of them in a probing manner. Fellow Taoists, as the saying goes, meeting each other is fate. Can I ask you to bring me away from this place? Lone Moon scanned him from head to toe. A moment later he said, You can. Hui Zai's eyes lit up, but he heard the other's words change. Just pay me. What happened to fate? The corner of Hui Zai's mouth twitched. He thought of something and looked around. He turned around and fished out a bag from the pile of items that he had put down earlier, and handed it over. I have a few spirit stones here. Would that do? The next moment, with a few swishing sounds, 7 to 8 superior-grade spirit stones were poured out from the bag. Lone Moon's eyes narrowed into a line. His originally cold and arrogant expression instantly became amiable. He patted Hui Zai's shoulder and said, Brother Fatty, you're right. Meeting each other is fate. Isn't it just giving you a lift? It's totally possible, Brother Fatty. This was a sensible Fatty. I'm called Hui Zai. Alright, Brother Hui Zai. It's about time. Why don't we leave now? We can still rush back to the nearest immortal city. With that said, he waved his hand and kept the table and chair, along with the spirit stones on it. Now? Hui Zai was shocked and started to hesitate. Why? Could it be that Brother Fatty isn't full? I want to eat more. Plain rice had to be charged separately too. Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. Hui Zai hurriedly explained. It's already late now. Coupled with the commotion during the day, I'm afraid there will be many cultivators guarding outside the forest. This is also a restricted area. If we're discovered, why don't we wait until midnight, when the guards change to leave? No need. Don't worry, they won't discover us. Lone Moon shook his head and directly rejected his suggestion. No matter what this place was with their cultivation, it would be very difficult for others to discover them. Besides, he turned to look at a certain cheat. With Shen Ying's presence, it would be very difficult to discover them. This forest isn't that big. We can just fly out directly. Hui Zai was still a little worried. After some thought, he immediately turned back to pick up the pile of items on the ground. He pulled out a stack of talismans and walked over. Then why don't everyone stick this on? It'll be safer. Lone Moon and I Ching were instantly stuffed with a pile of yellow talismans. What's this? Aura-concealing talisman. It can hide one's body. Lone Moon looked at the talisman in his hand that was drawn in a mess. There was no pattern to it at all. This is an aura-concealing talisman? Are you King kidding me? Who drew this talisman? This kind of talisman without any flow of spirit chi. It must have been drawn with feet, right? It's me. Fatty scratched his head in embarrassment. You. Lone Moon scanned him from head to toe. I thought you couldn't cultivate? There was no trace of spirit chi on him at all. He probably had never cultivated before. This is what I learned from other disciples when I had nothing to do. It can be used, he said with a serious face. Although it's very weak, it'll be effective after sticking a few more really. Was this why he stuck himself like a mop? Brother Fatty's talisman is really unique. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. For the boss's sake. Thank you, Brother Fatty. With that said, he directly threw the fan in his hand out. It instantly became big and floated in front of them. Let's go. He grabbed Fatty by the collar and threw him up forcefully. Hui Zai did not react in time. He lost his footing and almost rolled off the fan. He could only hug his pile of items tightly and sit in the middle. I Ching, who was at the side, lowered his head to look at the talisman in his hand. His eyes darkened. Father Niu, I know. Lone Moon turned back to look at him and nodded nonchalantly. It's fine. Let's go out first. Lone Moon also jumped up. He gave the two beside him a look and flew in the direction of the market from before. Wuxia was originally still a little worried. Although these two were Miss Shun's companions and cultivators, it was obvious that they had not achieved grain liberation. However, it was obvious that he had not achieved grain liberation yet. At most, he was at foundation establishment. The people outside were all golden core cultivators. If they were discovered, none of them would be able to escape. He could not help but feel his heart clench. But miraculously, nothing happened along the way. Not to mention the disciples who stopped them. Not even a low-level demon beast appeared. They left the sacred nether forest safely and flew all the way to the front of an immortal city. Moreover, he entered the city so openly and even swaggered into the city. The guards at the city gates that were originally tightly guarded did not even ask them a single question. Wuxia was a little confused. He just came out like that. The few of them stopped in the middle of the street. Lone Moon turned and smiled brightly at Wuxia. We have completed Brother Fatty's request. We still have important matters to attend to. We will take our leave now. With that said, without waiting for the other party to react, he very decisively pulled the two prodigals and turned to leave. Leave quickly. If they were late, they might have to pay for his accommodation. Wuxia. I Ching. Shening. Chapter 451. Because of a certain missing person, Lone Moon wasted an entire day. He and Chef could only use the time at night to sense the situation of this small world, but still to no avail. They still couldn't see what was wrong here. It seemed like it was really as Yutsong said, only the realm gate was closed. Lone Moon felt that things weren't so simple. Perhaps they had overlooked something. So early the next morning, he started to inquire about the situation of this small world. Only then did he know that this small world was called Sacred Arrival World. The spirit chi was very abundant, even more abundant than the three azure realms with immortal meridians. So the people in this small world mostly had spirit roots. There were very few mortals anyway. It could be considered a place where everyone cultivated immortal cultivation. There were countless immortal cultivation sects and families corresponding to this small world. Among them, Divine Imperial Sect was the most famous. Lone Moon also learned some information. This Divine Imperial Sect was called a sect, but it was more like an immortal cultivation group. The sect was divided into many branches. Next to the sacred nether forest, where he picked up Shening, was one of the 6 largest branches of Divine Imperial Sect. The branch master was the family master of the first-rate immortal cultivation family, Chi family. At first, he was curious as to why a family head of a cultivation family would become a branch of Divine Imperial Sect. It was only later that he found out that Divine Imperial Sect was originally established by the alliance of 6 great families, and the so-called branches were actually the main families of each family. It was rumored that these 6 families were the first-rate immortal cultivation families of the Sacred Arrival World. Now that they joined together to establish Divine Imperial Sect, the combination of the strong, naturally they would become the strongest among all immortal sections. Lone Moon was a little surprised that the families would have such awareness. One must know that compared to sects, families were more conservative and self-centered. In the first place, no matter how dense the spirit chi in a small world was, the resources for immortal cultivation were also limited. Where there were people, there would be disputes, and the existence of families itself was a manifestation of self-interest. When people of the same surname and bloodline joined together, it was naturally stronger than fighting alone. In other words, they were originally a family business that had been passed down for a long time. It was already very difficult for such a business to transform, but this small world actually did it. And it wasn't just one family, but 6 families joined together. He also found out that although this Divine Imperial Sect was established by families, they treated all disciples equally, and would recruit new disciples every year, regardless of family background, only based on aptitude. Having such foresight made Lone Moon have a whole new level of respect for him. Perhaps it was because there were too few mortals, but the cultivators of the fiendish Dao and fiendish Dao in this small world had a very harmonious relationship. There were no great evils. and the fiendish Tao cultivators, who used living people to cultivate naturally, did not oppose each other. Lone Moon spent an entire day in the immortal city asking around. But he did not find any useful information at all. He didn't find anything strange either. Logically speaking, whenever there was a problem with a small world, they should have noticed it as soon as they came down. Just like in the mushroom world previously, his body was taken away the moment he entered the upper realm, and the deviant ghosts in Song Ren's world, and even the warning from the invader in the 3 azure realms. "Chef, how are things on your side?" He sat down in the tea house where they met and glanced at I Ching, who was pouring tea for a certain someone. "No." I Ching shook his head. "Master and I walked around, and didn't find anything out of the ordinary." "That was strange. What was the reason for the heavenly Tao to lock the realm gate on this side? This place is no different from other small worlds, but..." I Ching seemed to have thought of something. Just as he was about to speak, there was a commotion downstairs. Something seemed to have happened. There were even a few exclamations of surprise. The two of them exchanged a look. In the next moment, they saw the innkeeper bringing a few cultivators up. They were all wearing the same white school uniform with flame patterns embroidered on their sleeves. Lone Moon took a look and realized that these people's cultivation levels were not low. The lowest cultivation level was at the golden core level. The middle-aged man in the middle was even a half-step soul formation cultivator. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Was the standard of education in this world so high? They seemed to be looking for something. They looked around the second floor. In the next moment, he felt a divine perception sweeping over. He subconsciously wanted to block it back, but he resisted it. He gave Chef beside him a look, and let the divine perception sweep over. Indeed, the divine perception did not stop. It directly turned to the guests at the other tables. That person searched the entire inn, and seemed to find nothing out of the ordinary. His expression instantly darkened. "Uncle Master?" A golden core disciple beside him called out tentatively. That person shook his head and turned to leave. His gaze swept over Lone Moon and I Ching. As if thinking of something, he frowned and walked over. Just now, when his divine perception swept over, it naturally carried some pressure. The cultivators in this inn all revealed expressions of either fear or excitement. They just recognized that they were from Divine Imperial Sect, and did not make a sound. So Lone Moon, and the others who seemed to be fine, stood out a little. "Fellow Taoists, you two look unfamiliar." He stopped beside the table of 3. "May I know which sect you are from?" He glanced at the two again, but found that there was not a trace of spirit chi on them. He was instantly shocked. "You are mortals?" Fellow Taoists must be joking. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He pretended to be a little angry. "Although we are itinerant cultivators without any sect, we have cultivated seriously for many years. How can we be mortals?" "Itinerant cultivators?" He was stunned. He released his divine perception to check their cultivation levels. Indeed, they were 2 foundation establishment cultivators. He lowered his head and glanced at the empty plates on the table. He frowned with some disdain. He was even more sure that he had seen wrongly just now. They were already at foundation establishment, and still hadn't achieved grain liberation. Their aptitude and perception must be extremely poor. No wonder they could only be itinerant cultivators. The reason why they ignored his divine perception just now seemed to be because they didn't notice it at all. So he did not stay any longer. He directly turned and led the disciples downstairs and left. Lone Moon turned to look out of the window. He found that they went straight into a shop opposite and continued to search for something. There are many more high-level cultivators in the city today. I Ching then opened his mouth and said what he didn't finish just now. Not only nascent soul cultivators, there are also 3 soul formation cultivators who entered the city. Lone Moon was stunned for a moment. He thought of something and turned to glance at Shining, who was rubbing her stomach and drinking tea. He sighed and said, "Shining, it seems that the fatty you picked up yesterday is going to be in big trouble." "Huh?" Shining tilted her head and looked at him. "What fatty?" The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. She even treated him to a meal yesterday. Today she forgot. "Nothing, drink your tea." "Oh." Looking at the shop opposite the street again, Lone Moon couldn't help but say casually, I don't know what's so special about a mortal with no cultivation that he can cause such big trouble. Even nascent soul and soul formation cultivators had made a move. I Ching was stunned for a moment. He frowned and said, "Speaking of special, I did think of something." He turned his hand, and a familiar-looking stack of yellow paper appeared in his hand. It was the aura-concealing talisman that Fatty had forced on him yesterday. Chapter 452. Why do you still have these useless yellow papers? Lone Moon glanced at him and thought of something. His eyes widened. Don't tell me these talismans are really useful? Not all of them. I Ching sent a trace of spirit chi over. In a short while the pile of talismans moved. A yellow talisman floated up and floated above his hand, faintly discernible. Holy shit, this Fatty's scribbles are really useful. Lone Moon took the talisman with some surprise. Although it was extremely unstable, and not a complete aura-concealing talisman, it was half the battle. Wait. His hand stiffened. As if thinking of something, his eyes widened abruptly. I Ching then said word by word, "He's a mortal." Holy shit. Lone Moon just remembered this. A mortal who didn't even know how to use spirit chi drew a messy talisman that could actually be effective. Either he had extraordinary qualifications, or he had a rare treasure. Now it seemed that it was the latter. He was indeed not a simple Fatty. No wonder Divine Imperial Sect was so anxious to find him. Forget it, it's none of our business. Lone Moon was not interested in these. He had seen too many cases of cultivators fighting for qualifications. Such things happen all the time in the 3,000 worlds. Besides, all causes and effects were recorded by the heavenly Tao. No matter good or evil, they had to be repaid. It was not good for them to interfere. Let's go back to the inn first. Tomorrow, we'll go to other immortal cities to ask around. Lone Moon thought that he would never see that Fatty again. After all, he was just a mortal. No matter how well he hid, he probably couldn't escape the search of a few soul formation cultivators. If he didn't suddenly climb onto the roof beam of his house and shake the whole house until it creaked. Yet as he shook, he comforted himself. They can't find me, can't find me, can't find me. Lone Moon who just entered the house. I Ching who just entered the house. Hey Fatty. Shening raised her head and greeted the person above her. Have you eaten? A certain huge hunk that was lying on the roof beam trembled violently. In the next moment, there was a loud crack. The roof beam that could no longer support a certain person's huge body was gloriously sacrificed. With a loud bang, it crashed down. Even half of the roof above him collapsed with a crash. I Ching reacted quickly and pulled Shening into his arms. He took a few steps back and hid in a safe area. Lone Moon also stood to one side. For a moment, the entire room was filled with dust. Lone Moon used a wind spell to disperse the dust in the room, revealing the mess on the ground and Fatty, who was buried in the bricks. He seemed to be a little dizzy from the impact. He shook his head before looking at the person in front of him. Shen. Miss Shen? He was stunned for a moment and struggled to get up. Why are you? Before he could finish speaking, the sound of large footsteps came from not far away. It seemed that the commotion here had attracted the attention of others, and there were even some faint probing auras. What happened? Lone Moon turned to the side and looked out of the room. He saw the innkeeper leading a group of people who were dressed exactly like the cultivators in white they saw in the restaurant just now. They were hurrying towards them. The Fatty, who had just crawled up, had his face drained of blood in an instant, becoming as pale as snow. His body, which weighed a few 100 kilograms, trembled even more violently. His eyes, which had been squeezed out by his fat, were now wide open, filled with terror. Shening took a bite of her fruit and walked directly to Lone Moon's side. She looked out with him, but happened to be blocking Fatty's way. What happened? The white-robed cultivators appeared in front of them in an instant. They looked at Lone Moon suspiciously, skipped over Shening and Fatty, and looked at I Ching again. Their divine perception swept across the house more than 10 times. And after a while, they retracted their divine perception without finding anything. Why did this house suddenly collapse? Lone Moon glanced at a certain person who was nibbling on a fruit at the side. Something flashed across his eyes. What happened? I wanted to ask what happened. He turned to look at the innkeeper who followed behind him. He pointed to the room and asked angrily, Innkeeper, this is your superior room? Fortunately, we didn't stay inside during the day. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Don't tell me you guys are a scammer? No. Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. The innkeeper walked forward with a look of panic. He hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry. We didn't think that this room would collapse. Why don't I get you another superior room? Just get another room? Lone Moon laughed coldly. His expression was unforgiving. Who would dare to stay in this room of yours? What if it collapses again? Then, how about I waive your rent for these few days? Lone Moon raised his eyebrows. His expression softened a little. There are 3 of us. Waive all 3, waive all of them, the innkeeper hurriedly added. That's more like it. The group of cultivators in white frowned, as if they couldn't stand Lone Moon's behavior. The cultivator who asked the question just now directly said, All right, it's good that nothing happened. Oh yes, did you see anyone else just now? Who? Lone Moon asked. The cultivator seemed to want to say something. After a while he held back and said, Forget it. He scanned the room again. He still didn't find anything. He turned and left with the cultivators in white. The innkeeper stayed behind and politely led them to another undamaged room. Fatty followed behind Shen Ying with a confused look on his face. His body was almost as big as 2 Shen Yings, but the shop owner in front of him did not seem to notice that there was an extra person behind them. He did not even look at Fatty from start to finish. No, he didn't even look at Fatty and Lady Shen. Have a good rest. I won't disturb you any further. The innkeeper smiled at them. Then he turned and walked away. 2. Fatty was stunned. He looked back and forth at them. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something. His eyes brightened. He turned to look at Shen Ying. Lady Shen, did you use an invisibility talisman on me? Only an invisibility talisman could make one completely invisible. No, Shen Ying answered honestly. Then, were those people blind? Invisibility talisman? Lone Moon laughed. Her entire body is an invisibility talisman. The kind that radiates. Shen Ying. Huizhe. Though he didn't understand, it sounded impressive. Huizhe looked at Shen Ying again. He hurriedly cupped his fists at them. Thank you for your help. Huizhe will always remember it. I will definitely repay you in the future. No need. Lone Moon waved his hand nonchalantly. You on the other hand, why did you suddenly hide on the roof beam? It was still his room. I didn't do it on purpose. He hurriedly explained. I was being chased. I accidentally hid in this inn. I really had nowhere to hide. He looked at him guiltily. I didn't know you were staying in this inn. Is that so? Lone Moon glanced at him. Those cultivators from Divine Imperial Sect were looking for you. They mobilized so many people. I don't think it's as simple as offending a steward. Huizhe faltered. His face paled. He clenched his fists by his side. But he didn't speak. Forget it. I'm not interested in knowing about you. Lone Moon waved. But we're leaving this immortal city tomorrow. You're on your own. Huizhe was shocked. His eyes were filled with panic. He turned to look at Shen Ying. After hesitating for a while, he asked carefully, Miss Shen, can I travel with you? Do you know where we're going? Just say travel? Lone Moon asked. It's all right. He hurriedly waved his hand. I have nowhere to go anyway. Anywhere is fine. So he was trying to cling to them. Lone Moon was about to reject him when Shen Ying suddenly said, All right. Shen Ying. Master. Lone Moon and I Ching called out unhappily. This fatty was obviously a big trouble. Thank you, Miss Shen. Huizhe's face was wild with joy. He thought for a while and took out a pile of spirit stones. I don't have anything to thank you. I only have some spirit stones. I wonder if they can be of use? The next moment, Lone Moon stood up immediately. He patted Huizhe's shoulder and said, Brother Fatty, what are you talking about? Isn't it just protecting you? No problem. Shen Ying. I Ching. Where's your shame? Chapter 453. Huizhe didn't expect that he could actually get out of the city safely. And in front of the 2 soul formation cultivators, swaggering out of the city. The group of divine imperial sect disciples at the city gates completely ignored him, as if collectively blind. He just followed behind Shining, all the way out of the city gates. At first, he thought that it was because he was so focused on escaping that he didn't have time to clean up his disguise these few days, so she didn't recognize him. But after leaving the city, he couldn't help but look at himself by the river, only to realize that although he was dirty and messy, it wasn't to the extent of changing his appearance. Besides, cultivators didn't just recognize people by their appearance, more importantly their aura. But things were just so miraculous, yet no one recognized him. He couldn't help but look at Shining, who was nibbling on a fruit at the side, and then thought of the situation at the inn yesterday, and belatedly understood something. Miss Shin must have done something for him, to be able to leave the city safely. He didn't expect that she was just a mortal, but had such means, and was so kind, helping silently without asking for anything in return, so different from the other coquettish bitches. Guize was very touched, his eyes shining like a searchlight as he looked at Shining. A certain chef who was peeling a fruit at the side couldn't help but use force in his hand, and with a crack, the fruit knife made of black iron was directly broken into two halves. Cold air was released from all over his body towards Fatty, and the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. He knew it. This was also a little bitch who came to steal his master. K. He directly took a step forward and stood between the two, forcibly cutting off a certain person's fiery gaze, and handed the peeled fruit in his hand to Shining. Shining was stunned. She looked at Chef, who suddenly squeezed over, took the fruit, and turned to look behind him, at Fatty, who was too big to block it all. Something flashed in her eyes, and suddenly asked in a light tone, "Fatty, are you hungry?" Huh. Guize was stunned for a moment. Not hungry. Just as he was about to answer, Shining had already turned and looked seriously at Lone Moon beside her, saying, "Father Nyo, Fatty is hungry. Why don't we stop for a while and eat lunch first?" "Eat your sister." Lone Moon glared at her. "Are you sure it's me who is hungry, not you who wants to eat?" "That's enough. We just had breakfast an hour ago. Now, Father Nyo." Before he could finish, Shining added, "He's the boss. I really want to kick this guy down. What should I do? Are you here for work? Or are you here for a vacation?" The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He looked at the sky, but still conjured a spell, and controlled the Dharma artifact to fly down and stop by a river. "Let's rest for a while. We'll continue on our way." With that said, he glared at Chef as if warning him. "Only rest, no cooking." I Ching, who was just about to take out the kitchen utensils, paused. He looked at his master, whose face fell instantly. While Father Nyo was not looking, he hurriedly took out a few bags of snacks, and silently stuffed them into the storage bag beside Shining. These were all snacks that he had secretly stocked up on the streets for master behind a certain parent's back. Before Father Nyo found out, he had quickly smuggled them away. The latter's eyes lit up, and she gave him a thumbs up, silently giving him a thumbs up. Guize, who had seen the whole process. Why did he suddenly feel that Miss Shen's life was not easy? Winky-faced Lone Moon went to the river to get some clean water. After some thought, he conjured a fire elemental spell to boil the water, and then cooled it to warm water. Only then did he walk back with 2 water bottles, and pass the warm water to Shining. "Here. Cold water can cause diarrhea." He passed the other bottle to Chef to keep for cooking. After all, the water conjured by spells was not as good as natural water. After doing all this, Lone Moon finally had the time to look at Fatty, who still looked a little lost. "Brother Fatty." He smiled brightly at him. His entire body was clearly exuding a gentle aura. Yet Huize shivered for no reason. He faintly had the illusion that his spirit stones were flowing into Fatty's pocket. "Now that we've already left the immortal city, I wonder what plans Brother Fatty has from now on?" Lone Moon asked. "Is there a place you want to go? We can escort you there." Huize was stunned. The confusion on his face deepened. He wanted to say that he had nowhere to go, and that it didn't matter where he went. But he understood that he couldn't keep following them. After all, they were not related at all. Even Lady Shun, and he had only met once. They had taken the risk to bring him out of danger twice. and that was already very good. Besides, he still had people behind him. He couldn't keep dragging them down. He thought about it, and after a while, he gritted his teeth and said, I heard that in the southernmost region, there's a dense forest that is rarely visited. It's so deep that no one knows where to go, and very few cultivators step into it. I'm sure the scenery inside must be very spectacular. His expression changed, but he squeezed out a silly smile. I've always wanted to go and take a look. I wonder if the three of you can send me there? The southernmost region? Yes. He nodded hard, his eyes shining. But he still smiled and said, it's just that it's quite a distance from here, and there's no transportation array there, so it'll take a few days to get there by flying on a sword. Are you sure you want to go to that kind of place? Lone Moon frowned and looked at him with some surprise. Do you know what kind of places are the dense forests that are rarely visited by people, and that even cultivators don't go to? His expression stiffened, but he didn't answer. Lone Moon continued. Such places are all places where high-level demon beasts run wild, or where demonic chi wreaks havoc, places where death is almost certain. Are you sure you want us to send you to such a place to seek death? Gui Zhe's face instantly turned pale, without a trace of blood. Do you believe that such a big piece of fat meat like you, once you enter that forest, not even a piece of dregs will be left? His figure stiffened even more, and he took a few deep breaths. After a while, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he continued to laugh. Ha ha ha. Fellow Taoist, don't scare me, I'll be careful. And I have aura-concealing talismans. With that said, he continued to take out those messy talismans, and said in a feigned relaxed manner, it'll be fine. Afraid that he wouldn't believe him, he thought about it, and hurriedly added, don't worry about being implicated by me. Just send me near the southern region. No need to go deep, really. Lone Moon fell silent, and looked at the fatty who was smiling so ingratiatingly in front of him, and was instantly filled with irritation. He squeezed the fan in his hand, and after a while, he cursed under his breath. Shit. He clearly had no intention of caring about this fatty's lousy matters. He scanned him from head to toe. So, what exactly did you take from Divine Imperial Sect? Why did you have to hide in that kind of place? Fatty was stunned. WHW that? We brought you out of the city to save you. Lone Moon sighed, forget it, it was just a waste of time. Now that you've been saved, there's naturally no reason to send you to your death. Why don't you tell us exactly what happened? On account of those spirit stones last night, maybe we can help you. Chapter 454. Fatty stared blankly, and subconsciously looked back at Shening, who was still chewing on snacks beside him. Many complicated emotions flashed across his face, and he couldn't tell what they were. For a moment, something seemed to surge out of his eyes, but he hid it after a while. The corners of his mouth opened and closed a few times, and slowly returned to that silly look. Fellow Taoist, you've misunderstood. He scratched his head and smiled. I'm just a little curious about that place, so I want to look around. I don't have to go in. As for me and Divine Imperial Sect, he thought for a moment, and suddenly reached out, and took out a white pearl from under his belly. It was the one used to light up the cave. I did take one of their treasures, it's this vein pearl. Vein pearl. Lone Moon was shocked. Holy shit, this fatty was quite bold. What? Shunning turned to look at Chef. A Dharma artifact that seals the entire spirit vein. I Ching explained softly. If this pearl is buried underground, it will only take a few years to form a spirit vein. Oh, did Fatty take away his spirit vein? In that case, it was normal for Divine Imperial Sect to chase after him so relentlessly. It's not just to form a spirit vein, Fatty continued. This pearl has other uses. With that said, he shook the pearl hard, causing all the fat on his body to tremble. The pearl also became brighter and brighter, and in a short while, balls of white light were shaken off and fell to the ground with a tinkling sound. Looking closely, there were a few more pieces of crystal clear transparent stones on the ground. Holy shit! Spirit stones. This was not just a spirit vein. This was practically a spirit stone mine. Huize kept the few spirit stones on the ground, and handed them over together with the pearl in his hand. As long as you send me to the southern land, I'll give you this vein pearl as a reward. How about that? Lone Moon. He suddenly felt like he was stabbed by a certain person's good character of treating money like dirt. In the next moment, two familiar gazes turned around and fixed on Father Niu. What are you looking at me for? Lone Moon glared back reflexively. Am I such a money-minded person? Yes. Asterisk 2 replies instantly. Shit. Which side are you two on? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to beat the two of them up. Had these two rascals forgotten who was the one who paid for their living expenses? He took 2 deep breaths, but didn't take the vein pearl from the fatty's hand. Instead, he snorted. No, I don't need it. He just liked to make money, not to print money. Why would he need a money printing machine? Moreover, there were so many spirit veins in the world. With his ability, it was easy for him to recycle a few spirit veins and make them into vein pearls. Why would he care about these? Things like spirit stones were only interesting if they were taken from the hands of others. Only those that were circulated could be called currency. But Fatty was a little anxious. He rubbed his stomach, as if he was thinking about what else he had. I don't have anything else. Could it be that he could only? I said you don't need to. If you insist on going to the southern region, we won't stop you. His expression darkened. He guessed that the disciples of Divine Imperial Sect were chasing him not just for this vein pearl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given it away so easily. But since he didn't want to talk about it, there was no need for him to continue asking. He directly threw out the fan in his hand, which turned into a Dharma artifact. He carried the person and flew up. I've rested enough. Let's go. The few of them then adjusted their direction and flew all the way to the south. Fatty said that the terrain in the south was complicated and the spirit chi was thin. Few immortal cultivation sects would build their sects here, so there would be much fewer cultivators. Lone Moon originally thought that there would be fewer and fewer people chasing Fatty. But the strange thing was that the number of Divine Imperial Sect disciples they saw along the way increased instead of decreasing. Basically, there would be checkpoints dozens of miles away, and each checkpoint had an image recording stone with Fatty's image. Anyone who passed by would confirm it one by one. Their goal was very obvious, to catch Fatty. Lone Moon could even clearly sense the aura of high-level cultivators nearby. There were not only nascent soul cultivators, but also soul formation cultivators, and even traveling immortals. There were quite a lot of people, and divine senses were searching everywhere from time to time. Lone Moon looked at Fatty's eyes more and more puzzled. He was immortal. Did he blow up their lair, or steal their Tao partner? Did they need to mobilize so many capable people to stop him? There's an array barrier set up in front, blocking the way. I Ching stopped in the air on his sword and pointed to the front. Lone Moon frowned and could only stop. Are there so many Divine Imperial Sect disciples? They didn't fly directly towards the south. Instead, because of Shuning who had no sense of direction, and because of Chef's love brain outbreak, they even took a few detours. But for some reason, they could meet those Divine Imperial Sect disciples everywhere. Although they didn't notice Fatty, due to Shenying's presence, the other party seemed to be able to predict the future, and could guess their direction every time. Wait! Lone Moon suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at Fatty beside him. Fatty, that vein bead from last time. Have you been carrying it with you all the time? Yes. Huize nodded. If they didn't want it, he kept it. Let me see. Oh! Fatty directly took out the bead, and handed it over without any wariness. Lone Moon took it, and released his divine perception to explore it. He subconsciously transferred a bit of spirit chi into it, but a circular seal pattern suddenly rose on the vein bead. Tracing seal. I Ching was shocked. Wait, Father Niu. Just as his voice fell, a white light suddenly shot up into the sky from the vein bead, and exploded in the sky like fireworks, forming a pattern of flames, hanging in the air like a cloud. Lone Moon then realized that those people were chasing after this bead. No wonder they chased after it wherever they went. Someone's coming. Almost instantly, he felt 7 or 8 unfamiliar auras flying towards this side. Their cultivations weren't low. All of them were soul formation and traveling immortals. It seemed like they couldn't escape. Shining, you and Fatty. He turned back and was about to say something, but there was a whoosh beside him. Chef had already carried Shining and retreated behind a tree 100 meters away. He also picked up Fatty, who was at a loss, and left him alone in the same place, still holding the vein bead that had just sent a signal in his hand. Lone Moon. Damn it, this group of dog teammates with no loyalty. Degree. He didn't even have time to curse. In the next moment, with a few swishing sounds, a few figures landed and surrounded him. The people who came were all dressed in white with flame patterns embroidered on their sleeves. They were looking at him angrily. Lone Moon's face was smiling, but his heart was full of cursing. Fellow Taoists, why are you suddenly blocking my way? Chapter 455. All the cultivators' expressions were cold. A traveling immortal smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, our divine imperial sect lost something a few days ago. This item is very important to us. Please return it to us. Oh, you mean this? Lone Moon waved the vein pearl in his hand. I just happened to pass by and picked it up here. If it's yours, I'll return it to you as long as you show me the proof. Fellow Taoist is saying that you picked this vein pearl up. That person obviously didn't believe him. Yes. Then did you see anything else besides this item? No. That person frowned even deeper. He exchanged a look with the other cultivators, and his face darkened. In an instant, 7 or 8 soul formation and traveling immortal auras pressed towards Lone Moon with shocking murderous intent. But Lone Moon didn't move at all. Those auras were like fists hitting cotton. There was no effect at all. Fellow Taoists, what are you doing? He laughed lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt the aura they just released turn around and bounce back. The huge impact made them all take a step back. Who exactly are you? They looked at him in disbelief. He clearly looked like a Foundation establishment disciple, but could block their auras at the same time. Could it be that he was deliberately hiding his cultivation? Everyone's heart sank. To be able to hide his cultivation in front of them. He seemed to be a traveling immortal too. However, none of the people here recognized this person. I said, I'm just a passerby passing by. Are you messing with us? As soon as he finished speaking, another soul formation cultivator couldn't help but snort coldly. Where exactly did you hide him? Who are you talking about? You. That person seemed even angrier. He turned to look at everyone and said, No need to talk nonsense with him. He must be the one who hit him. Things are urgent. There are only 7 days left. Let's take him down first. With that said, they all summoned their Dharma artifacts. It looked like a big battle was inevitable. Yet the protagonists were not in a hurry. A certain master and disciple even sat down and watched calmly, as Father Nyo acted cool. Huize was anxious to death. His whole body tensed up as he looked at the people in front of him. Aren't we going over to help? No hurry. Shening shook her head. Don't look down on Father Nyo. He could beat them until they went bankrupt. He wouldn't even leave them with their underwear. But Fatty was still uneasy. He hated himself for not having any cultivation. Those are all elders of Divine Imperial Sect. They are all soul formation and traveling immortal cultivations. Why don't I go out? I'm the one they want to capture. Shening turned to look at him, then reached out and stuffed something in her hand. Do you want some melon seeds? Fatty, is this the time to eat melon seeds? Winky Face the other side had already made their move. The dermic artifacts in their hands attacked Lone Moon, who was in the middle, bringing with them a shocking pressure. After all, they were all soul formation and traveling immortal cultivators who had been famous for a long time. Every one of them could be called a leading figure. Although they felt that the person in front of them was a little strange, they did not think that they would lose. He was about to be killed by everyone's spells. Suddenly, a golden light lit up beneath Lone Moon's feet. An array that no one had seen before appeared around him. Everyone felt their bodies stiffen. There was a shocking energy sweeping towards them. The dermic artifacts that were originally attacking the other side seemed to be frozen by something. They stopped at the edge of the array. Their hearts went cold. They had no time to be surprised. They cast spells again and continued to attack. In an instant, the sky was filled with flames, spirit swords, icicles, wind blades. All kinds of attacks fell down. But the person in the middle still did not move. He was about to be swallowed. Suddenly he frowned. He waved the fan in his hand. Instantly, the array under his feet changed. Countless spells changed. The golden array immediately expanded and lit up with golden light. In an instant, the spells that filled the sky seemed to be swallowed up the moment they came into contact with the golden light of the array. They disappeared directly as if they had never existed. Not to mention being injured. The other party did not even move a corner of his clothes. Multiple arrays. The traveling immortal who spoke earlier was shocked. His face was full of disbelief. He did not expect that this person's array skills would be so profound. Not only did he set up such a strange array in an instant, but he also set up multiple arrays at once. The key thing was that they had never heard of an array that could absorb spells. In his heart, he was even more fearful of this person. Lone Moon, who was in the middle, laughed. He looked up at the various dermic artifacts around the array. Suddenly he waved his hand. Those high-grade spirit artifacts immediately left his control and fell into the other party's hands. He calmly took out his storage bag. In front of everyone, he directly stuffed them into the bag. I'll collect some interest first. Everyone. Although it was common for cultivators to kill others and steal their treasures, this was the first time they saw it so directly. The few of them did not have time to react. In the next moment, they felt their bodies loosen. Their connection with the dermic artifacts was directly cut off. It was not a normal way of controlling spells. Even their senses were directly cut off. Because they had used their suppressive force to test this person before, they could see that this person's cultivation was not weak. Naturally, they did not hold back when they attacked. They all used the dermic artifacts that they were most comfortable with. Some even directly took out their own dermic artifacts. Now that their connection was suddenly cut off, everyone suffered different degrees of backlash. Their emotions were in turmoil. Their meridians were broken. What was worse were those who took out their dermic artifacts. Their dermic artifacts were always connected to their divine senses. Once they were cut off, it was as if their divine senses were cut off. They fell to the ground in pain. Supremacy you. Supremacy chi. Everyone panicked. They looked at Lone Moon even more warily. They supported the people on the ground and took a few steps back. Who the hell are you? A passerby. Lone Moon still gave the same answer. He glanced at them. I don't know who you are looking for, and I don't want to care. But if you want to find trouble with me, I don't mind practicing with you. Everyone's expression changed. They turned to look at the traveling immortal and hesitated. Was it really not him? Everyone don't listen to him. An injured soul formation cultivator snorted coldly. He looked at him with even more anger. I might not have been sure just now, but with his cultivation, I am sure that he was the one who took the people. Otherwise, why couldn't we find them for so many days? How could the meridian bead be in his hands? With that said, he looked at everyone meaningfully. Everyone was stunned. They reacted one after another and stared at Lone Moon. The traveling immortal in the middle had a cold expression. He took a step forward and said disapprovingly, Fellow Taoist, your cultivation is profound. You have already reached the half-step true immortal realm. But there is always someone better out there. This sacred arrival realm is not a place where you can mess around. His expression darkened. We are only looking for the people. Since you are not willing to hand them over, then don't blame us for not showing mercy. With that said, he directly conjured a seal. Suddenly, the spirit chi in his body surged. A white light flew out from his body. In an instant, a Dharma artifact stopped above Lone Moon's head. The people behind him also conjured spells at the same time. A large amount of spirit chi went towards that Dharma artifact. It opened slowly. It was actually a big green umbrella. It was surrounded by white light. For a moment, a pressure stronger than before swept across a radius of several miles. Lone Moon frowned and looked up at that umbrella. This is... Chapter 456. Immortal Artifact. I Ching, who was holding the melon seeds, was stunned. He did not expect an immortal artifact to appear in the lower realm. even though it was a low-level one. It's the soul-absorbing umbrella. Fatty, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of some horrifying scene. His face turned pale, and his eyes filled with despair. That umbrella opened wider and wider, looking like it was about to be activated. Under the soul-absorbing umbrella, one's divine soul would be destroyed. Fellow Taoist Nyo would die. Fatty, you dash, stop. Shening hadn't finished speaking when Huize suddenly stood up and rushed in that direction anxiously. As he was rushing too fast, his leg turned and his body fell forward. He tumbled and rolled all the way out, crushing the weeds and shrubs on the ground. Perhaps it was because his entrance was too special, but everyone present was stunned. They watched as a meatball rolled over to them. Stop! Stop! Fatty did not even have time to get up, but hurriedly shouted at the people who were intercepting him. His face was full of scratches, and his eyes were still filled with fear. He quickly got up as he panted and stood in front of Lone Moon. Elders, you've misunderstood. He did not do anything to me. I ran out on my own. Everyone was stunned. They looked at each other for a while, and exchanged a few looks. After a while, they suddenly cupped their fists and bowed in Fatty's direction. Greetings, Sect Master. Lone Moon. I Ching. Shening. What? Did he hear wrongly just now? Sect Master? Fatty. Fatty did not care about all this. Instead, he looked worriedly at the half-opened umbrella above his head, and hurriedly looked at the leading traveling immortal. Elder Jean, this fellow Taoist is just an itinerant cultivator I met these few days. We just happened to go to the southern land together. He did not capture me, so he is not a bad person. You better keep this soul-absorbing umbrella first. Elder Jean frowned. A trace of hesitation flashed across his eyes. After a while, he still cupped his fists and replied, Since Sect Master says it's a misunderstanding, we will naturally obey. With that said, he raised his hand and conjured a seal, keeping the immortal artifact. Fatty heaved a sigh of relief, and turned back to look at Lone Moon. Still smiling foolishly, he said, Sorry, fellow Taoist, I've caused you trouble. They're here to take me back. This is all a misunderstanding. You're the Sect Master? Lone Moon scanned him from head to toe. He was actually the Sect Master of a sect. Was he from the blind sect? He laughed even more awkwardly. He scratched his head and said, I'm sorry for hiding it from you all. I just wanted to come out and take a look, but I didn't want to be controlled by them. That's why I lied to you, that I offended Divine Imperial Sect, and hid from them all the way. Please don't take offense, fellow Taoist. Sect leader went out alone. We were very worried. The traveling immortal with the surname Jean stepped forward and said disapprovingly, This world is full of dangers and people's hearts are unpredictable. Sect Master's status is different. Next time, don't take such risks and leave without permission. With that said, he looked at Lone Moon meaningfully. I just want to relax. Fatty's face fell and he looked reluctant. I've been in the sect for more than 10 years. It's too boring. If Sect Master wants to relax, you can send us to accompany you. It's too dangerous to be alone. I know. Fatty waved his hand impatiently. I won't leave next time. Traveling immortal Jean frowned and continued. Time is pressing now. 7 days later is the day of the sect's grand ceremony. Sect Master, please follow us back to the sect to preside over the overall situation. Fatty's body stiffened for a moment. Perhaps it was an illusion, but his face seemed to turn paler. After a while he nodded slowly and said, I understand. With that said, he turned to look at Lone Moon behind him, and said with some guilt, That, fellow Taoist Neo, I've troubled you these days. Let's bid farewell here. Who's your fellow Taoist Neo? Lone Moon looked at the people present, and his eyes darkened. You're going back with them? Yes. He smiled even more brightly. Something happened in the sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so anxious to find me. Naturally, I have to rush back. Let's meet again if fate allows it. Lone Moon nodded. He tossed the vein bead in his hand, and stuffed it back into his hand. Then we'll meet again. Fatty wanted to give the bead to him, but thinking of his look of disdain, he could only take it back. He subconsciously looked towards the forest at the side. Halfway through, he stopped himself, and turned to walk towards those cultivators without saying a word. Those cultivators were still looking at Lone Moon suspiciously. They didn't know if there was really an urgent matter, or if they didn't want Fatty to know their dissatisfaction. They didn't say anything more. They directly flew away with Fatty. "Aren't you going to keep him?" Shening, who had just walked over, asked casually. "He wants to leave himself. Why should I keep him? Wasting rice. And isn't he the sect master of Divine Imperial Sect? Nothing will happen to him." Shening looked at the group of people who flew away. Her eyes darkened. After a while she replied, "Oh, have you finished eating your melon seeds?" Lone Moon glared at the two heartless little ones. "No." Shening spread out the melon seeds in her palm. "There's still a handful left. Want some? Get lost. Mother asterisk cur. I'll eat you to death." Lone Moon took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Then he flew up on his sword. "Let's go." "To where?" "Choose the biggest immortal city to settle down." "Huh? Why?" "I just received a bunch of Dharma artifacts from that group of people. Let's go sell them first." Shening. I Ching. "All right, this is very Father Neo." Lone Moon spent 6 days dragging a certain lazy person to more than 10 immortal cities. He went to almost all the famous immortal cities in this world. But the strange thing was he still didn't find anything. Not to mention finding anything unusual. Because Divine Imperial Sect was the biggest sect, there were very few disputes between sects in this small world. Shit, why did Heavenly Tao close the realm gate? Lone Moon was a little frustrated. It wasn't a solution to keep searching blindly. He turned to look at Chef beside him. "Chef, did you find anything?" "No." I Ching shook his head too. Could it be that Heavenly Tao made a mistake? Lone Moon frowned. Something like a program gone wrong. Otherwise, closing the realm gate for no reason, who knows what went wrong? "I know." Shening suddenly spoke. "What?" The two of them were shocked, and turned to look at Shening. Shening explained in a low voice. "Although the nomological power doesn't have intelligence, it has the inertia of warning. In other words, it will tell us the main cause of the matter." "How did it tell us? How did it tell us?" Lone Moon looked confused. Shening tilted her head. "Didn't I tell you? The moment we arrived in this world, it had already sent the main cause of affecting the nomological power to the person with the highest authority." "The highest authority?" "Shening. In other words, the main cause was Fatty. 2-inch, that's why I asked you to bring him along." Shening took a bite of the fruit. Lone Moon. I Ching. He was suddenly very worried about the future of this plane. Such an important matter. Why didn't you say it earlier? A degree. Chapter 457. Lone Moon didn't understand how a mortal like Fatty had anything to do with the nomological power, and could even force the Heavenly Tao to close the realm gate. But now, they had to quickly find the person and study him. Fortunately, they knew the location of the other party. Lone Moon complained about the unreliable Shening as he rushed in the direction of Divine Imperial Sect, where he met Fatty. Finally, the next morning, he reached the vicinity of that immortal city. Unexpectedly, it was very lively inside and outside the city today. Cultivators could be seen everywhere, many times more than a few days ago. Lone Moon was puzzled as he rushed in the direction of the branch of Divine Imperial Sect. But the closer he got to Divine Imperial Sect, the more people there were, especially at the foot of the mountain, where Divine Imperial Sect was already surrounded by cultivators. Most of them were Foundation Establishment and Golden Core cultivators, but none of them were above Nascent Soul. These people were either in groups of 3 to 5 or meditating alone, but all of them were facing the same direction, as if they were waiting for something. Lone Moon, who originally planned to go up the mountain quietly, hesitated, and smiled as he asked a cultivator beside him. "Fellow Taoist, I happen to pass by this place. May I ask what day it is today? Why is it so lively? Could it be that something big happened in Divine Imperial Sect?" "You don't know?" That cultivator looked at him with some surprise. "Then you're really lucky. Perfected Yusu of Divine Imperial Sect ascended to soul formation today, so it's the day of his ascension ceremony. All the sects have sent people to congratulate him. Disciples of small sects like us couldn't get invitations, so we can only hang around outside the sect. Ascension ceremony. Was this the big event that those cultivators were talking about? Lone Moon frowned, suddenly feeling that something was wrong with his words, and subconsciously asked, I'm ignorant. I didn't know that Supremacy Yusu has such a wide circle of friends, and such high prestige? Even disciples who didn't get invitations voluntarily gathered at the foot of the mountain to congratulate him? And so many people came. That cultivator was stunned, and looked back with a strange expression, and suddenly laughed. TSK, how is that possible? He gave him a look that said, Are you stupid? Looked around, and then lowered his voice. What are you thinking? We are just low-level disciples. How could we have the opportunity to get to know a nascent soul Taoist master? The people here probably don't even know what Yusu looks like. How could they possibly come to congratulate him? I'm just waiting here for the moment he successfully enters the soul formation stage. I want to see if I can comprehend it by chance, and improve my cultivation. Lone Moon paused. You mean he hasn't passed the tribulation yet? Then why would he need to hold an ascension ceremony? What if he was struck to death? The higher the rank, the higher the mortality rate. Additionally, should he fail, the nearby cultivators would be easily implicated. Those with high cultivation bases would be fine, but those with low cultivation bases would be reduced to ash. How could they have the courage to come and watch? Which mountain cave did you come from? How come you don't know anything? The cultivator was a little annoyed by the questions, and looked at him, as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. Didn't you hear that person's surname is you? They were one of the 6 great clans, and rumor had it that they were of the direct line of descent. With their talent, how could they have failed the tribulation? Just wait patiently, it's about to begin. With that said, he ignored him and sat down cross-legged, staring seriously in the direction of the mountain with the others. The more Lone Moon listened, the weirder he felt. Why was it that breaking through from nascent soul to soul formation was such an easy thing in these people's eyes? They hadn't even passed the thunder tribulation, and they were already preparing for the ascension ceremony. Lone Moon and Chef exchanged a look. Both of them felt that this was a little strange, so they directly left the crowd, stuck on the aura-concealing talisman, picked up Sheneng and flew towards Divine Imperial Sect. The 3 of them directly followed behind the disciples, and easily made their way to the square. Because they had an invisibility cheat with them, no one suspected their identity. From afar, they saw a person sitting in the middle of the square, a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. There was no one within a 100-meter radius of him, but there was a huge defensive array carved under his feet. There were also more than 10 Dharma artifacts around him. It was obvious that he was the cultivator going through the tribulation. Lone Moon turned to look to the right. There were more than 10 people sitting on the high platform there. Most of them were soul formation cultivators, and there were 3 traveling immortals. One look, and he could tell that their status was extraordinary. They should be the leadership team of Divine Imperial Sect, and cultivators from other sects who came to congratulate them. Looking closely, 7 or 8 of them looked a little familiar. They were the few people who picked up Fatty that day. But the strange thing was Fatty wasn't among that group of people. He subconsciously frowned. Wasn't Fatty the sect master? And the big matter that those people mentioned before should be this ascension ceremony. Why was he not here at the critical moment? Regarding the reason why Fatty became the sect master, Lone Moon did ask around these few days out of curiosity. The fact that Divine Imperial Sect had a mortal sect master was not a secret. It was extremely easy to find out. This had something to do with the origin of Divine Imperial Sect. It was rumored that the ancestors of the 6 aristocratic families had once received the grace of Fatty's ancestor, who saved them from danger. So the 6 aristocratic families passed down their ancestral teachings, asking their descendants to treat the descendants of their benefactor kindly. Later, the 6 aristocratic families united to form Divine Imperial Sect. To show respect to their benefactor, every generation of Divine Imperial Sect master was a descendant of the benefactor. But for some reason, the branch of Huizei's family had never had many descendants. They all had only one descendant, and their cultivation aptitude was extremely poor. Not to mention nascent soul or soul formation. Even if the entire sect used up all their power, they couldn't make a golden core cultivator out of them. All of them died early. Lone Moon didn't care at first. But ever since Shuning said that Fatty was the main reason why the nomological power was abnormal, he felt that this was a little strange. Maybe it had something to do with that legendary poor aptitude and the bloodline that could only be passed down to one person. So they had to find Fatty as soon as possible. Looking around carefully again, and after confirming that Fatty wasn't among them, he directly activated his ability and released his divine perception, wanting to directly detect Fatty's location. But the sky suddenly darkened. Large thunderclouds gathered in the sky. Faint sounds of thunder could be heard, and white flashes of light surged between the clouds. The lightning tribulation has begun. I Ching reminded. Lone Moon could only retract his hand. The spirit chi of the lightning tribulation would affect his detection spells. He could only wait for the lightning to finish. The thunderclouds above did not brew for long. In a short while a white bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting the person in the middle. Instantly, the entire divine imperial sect was reflected in a sheet of white light. Before the light dissipated, bolts of lightning struck down one after another, each more ferocious than the one before. The surging spiritual pressure in the surroundings forced some low-level disciples to raise their defenses and retreat. There were fewer and fewer people surrounding them. In the end, there were only a dozen or so soul formation and traveling immortals left in front of them on the right. Relying on the aura-concealing talisman and the cheat, Lone Moon directly stood beside a rock and hid for a while. Anyway, no one could see him. As he looked for Fatty, he glanced at the person in the middle, who was undergoing the tribulation. Chapter 458. The person who was going through the tribulation seemed to be in great pain. After less than 20 bolts of lightning, his skin and flesh were already torn. Even the Dharma artifacts around him were used up. He couldn't even maintain his spirit chi to resist the heavenly lightning. Lone Moon was a little annoyed. What happened to being stable? From the looks of it, if he had no other way, he probably wouldn't be able to survive more than 10 bolts of lightning. He would be smashed into pieces. Indeed, after less than 5 bolts of lightning, he couldn't hold on anymore. He fell to the ground. The spirit chi on his body began to dissipate. The nascent soul in his body was also showing signs of dissipating. Another bolt of lightning fell from the sky, about to completely destroy his nascent soul. Suddenly, the ground lit up with red light. The array under his feet was activated instantly. Blinding red light shot up into the sky, blocking the life-threatening heavenly lightning. Lone Moon was stunned. Chef, this array is an ordinary defensive array. Chef nodded in response. But he frowned. Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like the light from the array just now reduced the power of the lightning tribulation? Without waiting for them to think about it, one lightning bolt after another struck down, but they were all blocked by the defensive array formation and did not cause too much harm to the people inside. The cultivator who was experiencing the tribulation in the middle got a chance to breathe, and the injuries on his body began to heal at a visible rate. He was using the spiritual energy in the tribulation lightning to repair his body. In a short while, the horrible wounds on his body were almost gone. When all 81 bolts of tribulation lightning had struck down, the tribulation clouds began to disperse, scattering large patches of colorful light. Thick spirit chi filled the entire divine imperial sect, and the cultivators in the middle directly rose to the soul formation realm. Look at the sky, someone suddenly exclaimed. It's a phenomenon, a heaven and earth phenomenon. Lone Moon and I Ching also looked up subconsciously. Indeed, the sky that was originally full of colorful lights suddenly gathered into a faint dragon-shaped shadow. It occupied the sky above the entire sect, emitting a faint golden light. The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched. He frowned awkwardly. It was indeed a heaven and earth phenomenon. This kind of phenomenon would only appear when people with great providence were going through a tribulation. It was the recognition of the heavenly Tao to the person who was going through the tribulation. When the spirit chi and the tribulation thunder reached a certain level, far surpassing the spirit chi, and even the immortal chi, there was a faint tendency to transform into God power. Only then would the shadow of the God race appear. It was just that the person who had just undergone the tribulation didn't have any amazing luck on him. Even his successful tribulation required some luck, but he still triggered a worldly phenomenon. Sure enough, there was a problem with the rule force of this small world. The dragon-shaped phenomenon only appeared for an instant and disappeared in less than 5 seconds. At the same time, a special spiritual energy that was fresh and light swept over. In an instant, it was as if spring had returned to the earth. The entire divine imperial sect was instantly filled with large patches of fresh flowers. Even beneath Loman's feet, there was a large clump of flowers. The high-grade cultivators on the platform on the right had already made their way to the center of the square to congratulate the successful cultivator. In an instant, a large number of people gathered around. Lone Moon was just about to say that they should hurry and find Fatty now, but Shening, who had been watching the show, suddenly stopped. He looked at the fruit in his hand and asked, "Do you guys smell something?" Lone Moon subconsciously inhaled, but his nose was full of pollen. Cough, cough. What smell? He only smelled pollen, and it was a mixture of flavors. But I Ching's expression suddenly darkened, and he said coldly, "The smell of blood." What? Lone Moon was shocked. He released his divine perception to search, and instantly found the problem. His eyes widened. It's the array on the ground. In the spirit chi that was used to draw the array, there was also a thick smell of blood. It was actually a blood array. The smell of blood is coming from the array. No. The two were just about to go over to take a closer look, but Shening suddenly pulled them and threw the core of the fruit in her hand down. It's coming from the ground. The two were stunned and immediately reacted. Lone Moon directly conjured a spell that pierced through the ground, and the figures of the three disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, they appeared directly in a patch of red light. This was directly below the square. It looked like an enclosed space, but it was as spacious as above. There was still a huge red array lit up on the ground, and the surroundings were reflected in a blood-red color. And in the middle of the array lay a rotund figure, his body lit up with a binding spell, and his aura was so weak that it was almost indiscernible. "Fatty!" The three of them cried out in alarm. In a flash, they were in the middle of the array. Lone Moon directly waved his hand and broke the binding spell. On closer inspection, they discovered that there were several wounds on his limbs, so deep that the bones could be seen. Bright red blood was continuously flowing out of the wounds into the array below him, and the blood gathered in the center, as if it was weightless, endlessly flowing upwards. And above them was the defensive array that the person had just gone through the tribulation. Only then did they understand whose blood was used for the blood array above. Suddenly, an inexplicable anger surged in his heart. I Ching waved a few sword chi and struck at the surrounding blood-sucking array, and the array immediately dimmed. He cast a few spells and stopped the blood on Fatty's body, but he still did not wake up, and the aura on his body was also becoming weaker and weaker. His whole body was cold, as if he was going to die in the next moment. I Ching cast a spell to retain the almost dissipating vitality on his body. Lone Moon also took out an elixir and hurriedly forced it into his mouth, and then used a bit of spirit chi to help him dissolve the elixir's effects. Only then did his complexion slowly improve. "Hey, Fatty!" Shening shouted a few times. After a while, Huize slowly opened his eyes and looked at Shening blankly. "Miss Shen, am I dreaming?" His eyes were floating, as if he had not woken up at all. "Am I already dead? But how can I see, or?" He was shocked, and his eyes, which were squeezed especially small by his fat, widened in an instant. The next moment, tears flowed down like beans. How did you die too?" With that said, he did not know where he got the strength from, but he hugged Shening and started crying loudly. "Wah! Miss Shen, how did you die too? Did I implicate you? Don't die. I don't want to die. How did you die? Wah! Can you come back to life?" "Lone Moon." "I Shao." "Shening." I Ching clenched his fist, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. He could not help but directly grab a certain person's collar with one hand, like tearing off dog skin plaster. He tore the person from Shen Ying's body and threw him towards Father Niao. He turned around and hugged his master like a baby. Get lost, little bitch. Do you want to die again? I don't mind sending you on your way. Fatty was frozen by his cold gaze. He looked blankly at Lone Moon, who was supporting him, then at I Ching, and finally at Shen Ying. Fellow Taoist Niao. Lone Moon. Fellow Taoist chef? I Ching. Where the hell did you come up with these two names, hey? Chapter 459. You. Why are you here too? Fatty finally reacted. I'm not dead. Almost, Lone Moon replied. His eyes darkened as he looked at Fatty and asked, what exactly happened? Who trapped you here? In this array formation? Is it trying to use you as a blood sacrifice? Fatty faltered. As if recalling something, his face turned pale. He hurriedly said, Go, leave this place quickly. They'll be back soon. Who are you talking about? Divine Imperial Sect? There's no time to explain. He looked at the passage on the right in horror. He pushed the three of them hard. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to. I beg you, leave quickly. There are too many of them. You can't beat them. Someone's coming. I Ching suddenly said. 3 traveling immortals. Fatty's face turned even paler. He looked like the sky was falling. What do we do? Leave here first. Lone Moon said. It's no use. Fatty shook his head in despair. There's only one passage on the right. We can't get out. Who said we're going to the right passage? Lone Moon gave I Ching a look. Fatty faltered. Before he could react, the 4 of them flashed and disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, they appeared in the sky above Divine Imperial Sect. Lone Moon's concealment array was activated instantly. The crowd below had yet to disperse. They surrounded the cultivator, who had just broken through to the soul formation stage. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Their smiles were especially irritating. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. Chef. Yes, master. I Ching nodded. His figure flashed and he flew out directly. In an instant, he transformed into his original form. A huge golden dragon appeared in the sky. A dragon's roar reverberated through the clouds, causing the entire world to shake. The noisy crowd fell silent. They raised their heads in disbelief and looked at the huge golden dragon hidden in the clouds. Dragon, the phenomenon just now. Isn't it over? Before the crowd could react, the huge dragon's body glowed. With a loud boom, a purple bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck directly at the person who had just gone through the tribulation. Before the people surrounding them could react, they heard the cultivator in the middle scream in pain. The spiritual energy he had just condensed dissipated, and his cultivation level dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. From the early stage of soul formation, he fell all the way to the nascent soul stage, then the golden core stage. He was about to fall into the foundation establishment stage. Only then did the surrounding cultivators react and stabilize his cultivation. This unforeseen event happened so suddenly that everyone didn't even have time to react before the soul formation cultivator dropped to the golden core cultivator. When everyone looked up again, the giant dragon in the sky had disappeared, as if it had never been there. Heaven and Earth phenomenon: buy one get one free. In the eyes of cultivators, the fatty's injuries were actually superficial wounds that were the least important. Even if he was just an aura-refining cultivator of the lowest level, a few dozen scars on his body would not be a problem at all. However, the fatty was just a mortal. Furthermore, he didn't even have the slightest bit of spirit chi, the kind that could kill him if he caught a serious cold. The bone-deep wounds on his body caused a large amount of blood loss. And under the situation where there was no spirit chi in his body, even his vitality dissipated. If they found him a little later, or if it wasn't them who went, then they might really have to go to the underworld to find him. Lone Moon looked at the fatty in front of him, who was like a lump of meat, occupying the whole bed, and finally completely awake. He felt a little regret in his heart. Back then, He did see that there was something strange about the fatty. After knowing him for a while, he shouldn't have allowed him to be brought back. The elixir he stuffed into his hands was an immortal-grade elixir refined by Boss Lon, mainly because he really didn't have any elixirs from the lower world on him. The injuries on the fatty's body were healed, but as a mortal, he still couldn't withstand the medicinal effects of the elixir. Halfway through bringing him away, he fainted again. In the end, it was Shuning who found him in time and patted him, causing him to spit out the half-dissolved elixir. Only then did he wake up. After realizing that they had already left Divine Imperial Sect, the fatty was a little happy at first, but in less than 2 seconds, his expression fell instantly. His fat face was almost squeezed into a lump of meat. His expression was complicated, and his eyes were full of worry as he looked at them. He couldn't help but hurriedly persuade them. "Miss Shen, why don't you send me back? Then stay far away. Pretend that you don't know anything, and don't mention to anyone that you saw me." "You want to go back?" Lone Moon scanned him from head to toe, a little angry that he didn't want to fight back. "And then let someone perform a blood sacrifice again." Guizai's face paled. As if his Achilles heel had been poked, his entire person sagged. His hands subconsciously gripped the corner of his clothes, and he lowered his head, his entire person emanating an aura of despair. After a while he replied in a low voice, I'm fine. Alright, don't mess around. We're already in the same boat. Even if you don't want to implicate us, it's already too late." Lone Moon sighed. "Besides, do you think that if we let you go, Divine Imperial Sect really won't be able to find any clues at all?" Actually, they really couldn't find anything. With their cultivation, even the entire lower world combined would not be able to find any traces of them, much less with Shining here. Yet Fatty's face was already ashen, his eyes filled with guilt. "Tell me, what's going on with you as a sect master?" Lone Moon asked directly. "Why can your blood help people resist the heavenly thunder?" Fatty's eyes darkened, and he lowered his head in silence for a while before he slowly opened his mouth. "Well, I don't know either." He wanted to smile out of habit, but it seemed like he was crying. Perhaps knowing that his disguise was almost gone, Fatty didn't hide anything and told him everything. He was already the sect master of Divine Imperial Sect from the time he could remember, and lived on the main peak since he was young. Although it was called the main peak, it was actually a lone peak above the sacred Nether Forest, far away from the sect. Because it was surrounded by dense forests with demon beasts, the only way to pass through was by sword kinesis, but he had a useless spirit root, and was born unable to cultivate. So he had never taken a step out of the main peak. The Immortal Sect had always valued the aptitude of immortal cultivators, but they were very polite to him, who couldn't cultivate. Although they didn't really need him to manage Divine Imperial Sect, but whether it was food or clothing, everything was unique. Basically, he could have whatever he wanted. Even the traveling immortals or soul formation elders of the sect would come to the peak to see him from time to discuss some matters big and small with him. Even the disciples who usually guarded the main peak were at least golden core cultivators. They looked very respectful. But of course it was just looking. "When did you start to notice that something was wrong?" Lone Moon asked directly. Fatty's eyes darkened, and he clenched his fists by his side before saying in a low voice, "Since I was 5 years old, every person who came to see me in the sect would take something away. At first it was just hair, nails, and the like, but slowly it turned into blood, flesh, or..." His body trembled, and he subconsciously hugged his left hand. The 3 people opposite him were silent, and Lone Moon's expression darkened directly. He had just treated Fatty's injury, and naturally knew what was different about his left hand. There were signs of broken limbs regrowing. Shit. He couldn't help but curse out loud, suddenly feeling that Chef's lightning strike just now was too light. That group of cultivators practically raised Fatty like a pig, and the kind that made use of him repeatedly. They seemed to be good to Fatty on the surface, but they only wanted him to stay in the sect willingly and be at their mercy. From time to time, they would let out some blood, cut off some flesh, and give him some spirit medicine to let him grow back. What a good plan. Chapter 460. Fatty glanced at them, as if feeling that the atmosphere was too heavy. He hurriedly smiled as if to comfort them. Actually, I'm still very smart. I was already prepared to escape many years ago. Although I can't cultivate, I've already read all the cultivation techniques in Divine Imperial Sect. I know many things. Back then, I could escape from the main peak, because I set up my own transportation array, and my ore-concealing talisman. He seemed eager to prove something, pretending to be relaxed as he said, "Don't worry, even without you, those people might not be able to catch me. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. Ha." His forced laughter, under Lonlin's glare, became weaker and weaker. His whole person was like a mouse that had seen a cat, shrinking into a ball. Fellow Taoist Nyo was scary, scarier than those people who wanted to eat him. Until now, he still thought that he had implicated them, and wanted to persuade them to leave. How could there be such a beautiful white lotus in this world, and a fat one at that? Those cultivators, they need your flesh and blood. It must be the same as that blood array, used for their own cultivation. Lone Moon took a deep breath, organized his own thoughts, and then said, "In other words, your body may be different from others. Do you know why?" And this reason was definitely related to the nomological power. Fatty shook his head with a blank expression. "Then have you ever eaten anything strange, or seen any special people? For example, like invaders?" He thought about it but still shook his head. "I grew up in Divine Imperial Sect." That was strange. How did he become Tripiaka's flesh? When he checked his body just now, he didn't find anything strange. "Chef, what do you think?" He turned to look at the person beside him. I Ching frowned. There are indeed some special bloodlines in this world that can be used in medicine to achieve the effect of raising cultivation. For example, Radish, he was a vegetation spirit. After cultivating to human form, his flesh could also be used in medicine. But I've never heard of any bloodline that can resist heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder was a test for cultivators by the heavenly Tao. No one could take the back door. Except for Shening. Even those with great merit can only relieve some of the pressure during their own tribulations. Rules were rules. The heavenly Tao was the fairest. Back then, Yun Hung, who had saved the world, wanted to save that unlucky Song Ren. He could only use his own merit to exchange for it. I've never heard of anyone's flesh and blood being able to affect the judgment of the heavenly Tao. Fatty's flesh and blood was practically cheating. But that cultivator from Divine Imperial Sect, who was going through the tribulation, just now, the last few dozen bolts of heavenly lightning were really blocked. Moreover, they were not mistaken. The power of the lightning tribulation had indeed weakened in the end. When I Ching transformed back into his dragon form, he took special note of the blood array. It was really just an ordinary defensive array. It couldn't even block a few dozen bolts of lightning. Any soul formation cultivator could break it with a single blow. In other words, the heavenly lightning was indeed blocked because of Fatty's blood. It seemed that the abnormality of rule force was related to Fatty. However, no matter how one looked at him, he was just a mortal. Other than having a bit more meat, there was nothing special about him. He couldn't even cultivate. Wait a minute. Couldn't cultivate? Lone Moon hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, he reached out and touched Fatty's brow. A trace of divine perception entered his sea of consciousness and scanned it. In the next moment he cursed out loud. "Holy shit! What's wrong?" Fatty felt a chill on his forehead. His face was blank. I Ching and Shening turned to look as well. Spirit concealing array. Lone Moon's face darkened. It's in his divine perception. Spirit concealing array. I Ching was shocked as well. "What is it?" Shening asked. "Master, that's an array that completely isolates spirit chi." I Ching explained. The sea of consciousness is where cultivators regulate spirit chi. This array is in the sea of consciousness. In other words, he will never be able to absorb a trace of spirit chi. Lone Moon answered word by word. If he really was born with a useless spirit root, there was no way he could sense spirit chi. He had no affinity with spirit chi at all. Fatty couldn't cultivate, but he could draw half an ore-concealing talisman and set up his own array. There was only one possibility, and that was that he had an extraordinary affinity with spiritual chi. He was able to draw Dharma talismans just by relying on the spiritual chi scattered in the air. As for why he looked like a useless spirit root, the only possibility was that his spirit root had been destroyed by someone from the beginning. In that case, it was obvious who had done all this. After hearing this, Fatty's face turned even paler. It was as if he finally understood the most terrifying truth. His whole body began to tremble. It was as if his divine soul had left his body. He looked at a spot in a daze. He thought that even if those people needed his flesh and blood, at least they had raised him for so many years. When he was young, they had always called him uncle. He didn't hate them. He took it as repayment. At least they would have a little bit of pity for him. But it turned out that they never had. Looking at Fatty, who was about to shrink into a ball, Lone Moon frowned. He could not help but pat him. Haven't you always wanted to cultivate? I'll help you break this array. Fatty stared blankly for a moment before raising his head. Can I? Fellow Taoist Nyo? It's fine if you don't call me fellow Taoist Nyo. Lone Moon reached out and touched his forehead. He directly used his divine perception to bind the array in his sea of consciousness. As he broke the array, he said, I'll make it clear to you first. The array in your sea of consciousness is easy to break, but your spirit root has been destroyed. If you want to cultivate, you have to use spirit chi to nourish your damaged spirit root. Your cultivation will increase very slowly. With the level of spirit chi in this world, you won't be able to recover without decades. Before he could finish his sentence, the surrounding spirit chi suddenly flourished. The originally quiet spirit chi in the air instantly surged over from all directions like crazy, flocking towards Fatty like a family that had been separated for a long time. The thick spirit chi hit the small house. It shook. In less than a few seconds, it collapsed with a few crashing sounds. But the surrounding spirit chi gathered even more violently. There was even a faint whirlwind. Lone Moon was stunned. He then realized that Fatty was absorbing the spirit chi. He was just about to remind him that he could not absorb spirit chi like this. If he absorbed it directly, his body would explode and he would die. He turned to look. He found that after the wild spirit chi surged into Fatty's body, it suddenly automatically divided into 5 parts. All the mixed and messy spirit chi automatically separated. As if it was sorted, it gathered into 5 different colors. Then it entered Fatty's body. And Fatty still maintained his previous posture. He sat on the bed with a confused expression. He did not do anything. But his cultivation began to increase rapidly. Middle stage chi refinement, late stage chi refinement, early stage foundation establishment, late stage foundation establishment. Golden core. Nascent soul. It only stopped when it reached the late nascent soul stage. Furthermore, it didn't stop on its own. Instead, the Fatty stood up from the bed in a panic. The spiritual energy couldn't enter his body, so it stopped. Shening. Lone Moon. I Ching. There was no doubt that if he did not stop on his own, the spirit chi would directly send him to heaven. Chef. Lone Moon turned and patted the person beside him. I was wrong. You are not a little cheat. He is. Chapter 461. Well, what's wrong with me? Fatty looked confused. He felt like his whole body was full of energy, as if he had been reborn. He had never felt so comfortable before. Yet he did not understand why he felt this way. He could only look at the 3 people in front of him blankly. Fatty. Lone Moon looked at him speechless. Indeed, his damaged spirit root had completely recovered under the impact of the spirit chi, and it had even grown thicker. Not surprisingly, he had a perfect 5-elemental spirit root. Just like Yin Hung, he had the potential to ascend to immortality even while lying down. You formed your nascent soul. Ah! Huize was even more confused. He stood rooted to the ground with his mouth wide open, his face full of disbelief. Formed my nascent soul? As someone who had been in an immortal sect for many years, he naturally knew what it meant. He had seen many people form their nascent souls with his own eyes. Which one of them was not in great danger, even with his flesh and blood? But he did not do anything just now. He only took a breath after the array was removed. Why did he suddenly form his nascent soul? Your condition. Lone Moon was just about to say a few words when the sky suddenly darkened. The spirit chi in the surroundings became chaotic once again. Faintly, it was filled with thick lightning spirit chi. His expression changed instantly. Shit, your lightning tribulation is coming. This was too fast. Lone Moon looked at the tribulation clouds gathering in the sky, picked up Fatty and flew out, stopping at an empty space at the side. As he conjured an array, he instructed, Fatty, you cross 4 big realms at once. This lightning tribulation must be extraordinary. It is very likely that the core formation and nascent soul lightning tribulations will come at the same time. Just hang in there and try to stay awake. Huh. Oh, okay. Before Fatty could react, Lone Moon had already pressed him onto the ground. In the next moment, the array around him lit up. He was wrapped tightly in 3 layers of clothes. Lone Moon then retreated in a flash. He looked worriedly at the completely dark sky. The tribulation clouds above his head were unimaginably dense. Even from afar, he could feel the shocking lightning pressure. The power of heaven and earth emanating from the clouds was unusually thick. It did not look like an ordinary nascent soul lightning tribulation at all. It was even comparable to the heavenly tribulation of the immortal world. Immortal array? I Ching looked at the array around Fatty and immediately recognized that it was not an array that belonged to the lower realm. He turned to look at Father Nyo in confusion. Fatty has never cultivated before. Although he had somehow formed a nascent soul, in the end, he was just an empty shell. At this moment, he probably did not even know how to mobilize the spirit chi in his body. Any lightning could kill him, not to mention the lightning tribulation. He had no choice but to set up the immortal array. What's more, the lightning tribulation of a breakthrough is usually more dangerous than ordinary lightning tribulation. What's more, Fatty had skipped 4 levels in one go. He turned and glanced at Chef in annoyance. Aren't you the clearest about this? You little pervert who skipped levels from time to time. I Ching was stumped by him for a moment. The lightning tribulation of a breakthrough was indeed more dangerous. As someone who had been through it, he naturally knew this. Thus, he did not speak. Instead, he turned to look at Fatty in the array with some worry. Fatty was really nervous. His face was full of panic. His eyes were still filled with confusion. He did not understand at all. 5 minutes ago, he was still a good-for-nothing who could not cultivate. In the blink of an eye, he was going through the lightning tribulation of a nascent soul. Fortunately, he still understood that he could only go through the lightning tribulation by himself. Thus, no matter how nervous he was, he still remembered Lone Moon's instructions. He sat where he was and shrunk into a ball, not moving a single step. In the next moment, the surroundings were completely dark. White flashes appeared in the clouds from time to time, as if something was brewing. Finally, with a loud rumble of thunder, a thick bolt of lightning broke through the clouds and smashed down, faintly bringing with it the power of heaven and earth. It's coming. Lone Moon's expression darkened. This lightning was even more shocking than he had expected. Even I Ching beside him was stunned. With a wave of his hand, the array around Fatty became even brighter. That bolt of lightning came closer and closer. Just as it was about to strike Fatty, suddenly, there was a sizzling sound in the air, like the sound of a fire being extinguished. That bolt of lightning that was as thick as a bucket flashed, as if it had been weakened by something. It became thinner and thinner. Finally, with a sizzling sound, it disappeared directly above Fatty's head. Not to mention striking someone, it did not even touch the array around Fatty. Just like that, it was extinguished midway. Huh. What was going on? The 2 people who had been waiting for the lightning tribulation were dumbfounded. What happened to the lightning tribulation that was supposed to be more powerful? The array was already set up. And this was what you showed me. Not only that, the next 10 bolts of lightning tribulation were the same as the one before. When they appeared, each one was stronger than the one before. However, in the process of striking, each one was extinguished faster than the one before. It was like a joke. In fact, after less than 20 bolts of lightning tribulation, the entire lightning tribulation seemed to have lost its temper. It simply stopped striking. The thick lightning tribulation clouds dissipated, and the surroundings became bright again. Lone Moon. I Ching. Was Fatty the illegitimate child of the heavenly Tao? Shening, who was calmly nibbling on a fruit at the side, suddenly narrowed her eyes and tilted her head. Yo! In the next moment, the sky was filled with rays of light. Spirit chi once again gathered in Fatty's direction. The nascent soul that had just been formed on his body, which was originally a little vague, became more and more solid. Strange phenomena appeared in the sky once again. Only this time, it was different from the ones that flashed past Divine Imperial Sect. This time in the sky, there was the shadow of a dragon, and then a phoenix. There was also a qilin, a black tortoise, a white marsh, and so on. It was as if it wanted to show the images of the divine race one by one. After a few minutes, it still did not disappear. The corner of Loman's mouth twitched. He could not help but say to the heavenly Tao in the sky that seemed to be convulsing, "Hey, are you done yet? I didn't even see you so excited when I was promoted to young emperor. Do you know who you are working for?" The strange phenomena in the sky finally disappeared reluctantly. Before it left, it scattered even more rays of light towards Fatty, who had no idea what was happening. It even pushed his cultivation level directly to the late stage of nascent soul. Lone Moon cursed in his heart. He had to say it. I Ching, who was beside him, suddenly sensed something. He stepped forward and looked up at the sky. "What's wrong?" Lone Moon asked. Just now the realm gate loosened. Lone Moon was stunned. He subconsciously raised his head and sensed carefully. Indeed, the realm gate that was tightly locked earlier had suddenly loosened. Although it was not completely unlocked, the nomological power surrounding it had decreased by half as much as before. What was going on? He subconsciously looked at Fatty, who was still absorbing spirit chi in the middle. He carefully examined his body, and indeed found a trace of nomological power that was about to disappear. It was exactly the same as the nomological power that surrounded the small world in the divine realm, and complained to him. The realm gate loosened because of Fatty. Was it because of the increase in his cultivation level that the nomological power's restriction was reduced? Shening, what exactly? He was just about to ask a certain foodie when he realized that the person beside him had disappeared. Huh. She looked around and realized that she was already beside Fatty. She was nibbling on a fruit as she looked at the person, who was still sitting obediently in the array, not daring to move at all. She waved her hand in greeting. "Yo, long time no see. Lady Shun." Fatty was still in a daze. He looked like he did not know that he had gotten a great bargain. He asked weakly, "Is the lightning tribulation over? Could he move now?" "You can come out now." Lone Moon also walked over and glared at him. He casually put away the array around them. "Pooey, you cheating dogs." Fatty's face lit up, and he stood up. Just as he was about to express his thanks, he sensed a familiar aura approaching. His face paled, and he turned his head to look behind him. "I feel like someone's coming." Chapter 462. "Yes, they're here for you," Lone Moon replied nonchalantly, as if he already knew. After some thought he added, "There's a total of 23 people, all soul formation and traveling immortals. It looks like they're all here this time." It was hard not to notice the strange phenomenon that happened in the past few minutes. Fatty's face turned even paler. A hint of panic flashed across his eyes. "What do we do? Let's hurry and leave this place." "Leave for what?" Lone Moon glanced at him. "You have to solve these problems sooner or later. It's good that they're here. It saves us the trouble of finding them again." Solve. Fatty hesitated. Seeing that Lone Moon did not look like he was joking, he became even more anxious. "Those people won't listen to reason." "Who said we're going to reason?" Isn't that so?" Lone Moon laughed. He opened the fan in his hand and said word by word, "For this kind of thing, we just have to beat them up." As someone at the top of the food chain, he showed that fists were the hard way. "Fatty, this is called solving? Isn't this looking for trouble?" Didn't you say there were 23 people, all soul formation and traveling immortals?" "Yes, and then? There's only 4 of us." He was about to break down. He was getting more and more anxious. Although he already knew that fellow Taoist Nyo and fellow Taoist chef were powerful cultivators, they could not tell that there was something wrong with his body. But after all, they were outnumbered. There are so many of them, and they have immortal artifacts. You're right. For people is too much for them. Lone Moon closed his fan and suddenly turned around. He shouted, "Chef, I'll leave everything to you." With that, he took a step back and stood to the side. Chef was a professional when it came to fighting. He was definitely not here to take revenge for the master-disciple duo in the forest. Fatty hesitated. He did not think that there were too many people. He wanted to continue persuading. "I didn't mean." Before he could finish speaking, I Ching raised his hand, and a long sword appeared in his hand. A wave of sword chi that was thousands of times more terrifying than the lightning tribulation from before came crashing down, as if filling up the entire world. Fatty felt his legs turn to jelly. He almost knelt down. Even the approaching auras in the distance suddenly stopped, and some of them even fell from the sky. He subconsciously turned to look at I Ching, who was behind him. Previously, he could not sense it, because he did not have cultivation. Now he realized that I Ching's body was emitting a shocking aura, causing fear to rise from the bottom of his heart. He could not even think of resisting. I Ching took a few steps forward, and looked in the direction of those people. It was just a few casual steps, but Fatty was still suppressed by the sword chi that I Ching emitted unconsciously. Was this their true strength? This was scarier than any soul formation or traveling immortal cultivator he had ever seen. For some reason, he instantly understood what Lone Moon meant. For people was indeed overestimating those people. I Ching alone was enough. Moreover, he was the kind of person who was more than enough. That wasn't a joke. He really could do it. He suddenly felt a little shaken. His heart, which was full of panic and worry, calmed down for no reason. Was this a cultivator? It turned out that it was possible to be strong to this extent, strong enough to not fear any danger at all. He slowly clenched his fists by his side, and a desire that he had never felt before rose in his heart. If he could also, I Ching turned to look at Lone Moon and instructed, "Look after Master. Don't lose him again." "Got it." Lone Moon waved his hand out of habit. Only then did he tighten his grip on the sword in his hand. The sword chi around his body thickened. He was just about to fly up and finish the battle quickly. "Wait a minute." Fatty suddenly spoke, as if he had thought of something. There was a seriousness on his meatball-like face. He cupped his fists and bowed to the two. "Can I ask the two of you not to attack?" "No way, Fatty." Lone Moon looked like he was looking at a Virgin Mary. "You want to let them go?" "No." He shook his head, clenched and unclenched his fists a few times, and said word by word, "I want to settle the grudge between me and them myself." Lone Moon and I Ching exchanged a look and fell silent. "Thanks to the help of the three of you, I am now a cultivator. One day, I will personally seek justice for them." He looked straight at the two of them and said even more seriously, "Please give me a chance. Can you not attack for now? Fellow Taoist chef." "No." I Ching, who had already put down his sword, pursed his lips. "Instant rejection. Who is your fellow Taoist chef?" "Huh? Why? Fatty's serious expression collapsed instantly. He looked at Lone Moon helplessly. "Help me persuade him, fellow Taoist Neo. Collapse +1 chef, do it. Don't leave a single one for him." Lone Moon's expression darkened, and his attitude changed instantly. "Fellow Taoist Neo. For all. No, fellow Taoists. Can't you give the newbie a chance to take revenge?" Seeing that Chef had already flown up on his sword, and even Lone Moon, who was planning to slack off, had summoned his flying sword, Fatty felt despair. Chef Shining, who was nibbling on a fruit, suddenly said, "I'm hungry." "Kacha." The figure that was about to fly away suddenly stopped in midair. "Yes, master, no problem, master." The sword chi around I Ching extinguished. Without hesitation, he flew back with a swoosh. He skillfully took out pots and pans and started a fire to cook Lone Moon. Fatty. 5 minutes later, dozens of figures descended from the sky. All of them had high cultivation levels, and the least of them was a soul formation cultivator. They walked towards the unlucky thatched cottage not far away, and checked inside and outside several times. They also released their divine perception to scan the surrounding radius of a few kilometers, but still found nothing. Strange, why did his aura suddenly stop? Could it be that we came too late? He got away. He's a mortal with such serious injuries. Even if he's still alive, how could he hide from so many of us? The strange phenomenon in the sky just now might not have been caused by him. Impossible. It's definitely because of him. I clearly sensed his aura. And the sex array seal tablet has been destroyed, which proves that the spirit sealing array set in his sea of consciousness has been broken. Other than Huizhe, no one else can cause such a strange phenomenon. But only core formation will cause the lightning tribulation. Even if he can cultivate, it's impossible for him to form his core so quickly, right? What I'm afraid is that it'll be like the last time. There's an expert helping him and deliberately hiding him. No matter what, we have to find him first. Don't forget, the day of welcome is coming soon. If we still can't find him, who among us can get anything out of this? As if thinking of something, all the cultivators' expressions changed. After a while, the person who spoke first said hurriedly, "Search. Even if there's only a piece of flesh left, we have to find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground." So the group of people searched carefully in the same place again and again before leaving one by one, heading towards other places to search. The 4 people who had been sitting in the array tens of meters away and eating dinner. Fatty, who had gotten used to it very quickly, expressed that he was not affected at all. He even wanted another bowl of white rice. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.